I don't. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by?
So the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just, because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so. That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
balance. Explain what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology. It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles and what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. Yo. This might be risky. Women's POV. DJ Hampton Stampede. We in the building. What's poppin'? Bunny, welcome. Who talked you into coming up here?
Dana.
You watched the show before?
I have not watched the show before.
You said, okay. Well, appreciate you for coming out. It should be a good one. Dana, what's good?
What's up, girl? I thought you knew what you were getting yourself into. My bad. Good evening, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Glad to be back in the building. It's good to see y'all.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Was
Shit
good.
like that. Shit like that.
What's up, y'all? Happy Tuesday. And I guess we're back at it.
Indeed. Tay was good.
Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all already know.
What's your earrings say?
BK, baby.
What, like Brooklyn?
Like bedroom candy.
Candy spelled with a C. You a blood?
What? No, but Candy's
You
name.
do this every week. It's the brand.
I'm gonna knock him out.
What does it mean?
Brand, every week.
It's Candy's name. It's just Candy's name. Her name
Break
is.
it down though. Why you got that shit on? What does it do?
I mean, why I got it on? Because I'm a walking advertisement for my brand.
For what? What brand?
For bedroom candy, BK by Tay.
What is it though?
I'm a sexual health and wellness coach, and I help people become their best selves.
In terms of just sex?
No. There's
What?
courses. There's like a whole curriculum. No, there's a whole situation here.
Do you sell stuff?
I do to accompany the services. Yes.
What do you sell? Jesus, it's like pulling teeth.
I mean, it depends on what the people need. So some people need, to balance their pH. So I give them a little all natural soap and body wash. Some people need a little extra help in the bedroom. So I have that too.
Like what? What type of help?
So toys, lube, props.
What's the most popular toy out these days for women?
Clitoral stimulation. Any clitoral toy.
Which one do you sell the most of? Which one do you recommend?
I recommend the Womanizer Duo because the way it works is it feels like it's sucking, but it's blowing air around the clitoral area.
Man, what's your website?
Thepleasureplug.com.
Boy, oh boy, I need to do some motherfucking marketing classes. Jesus Christ. Do y'all have an elevator speech or y'all just talk like that?
What do you mean? I was just answering your questions, but of course.
Damn. Everybody go. Well, I don't know if everybody go, but if you need help with them services, thepleasureplug.fun. So Dana sent me this topic actually.
I was wondering where it came from.
The rise of single women. We talk a lot about this, but first, before we ask the question plain out, I want to get some assessment of mindsets to see where we even are at. You know what I mean? See where people are coming from. So I actually used this video today. Shout out to Love for the risky midday. So I'm gonna show it to y'all as well. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. All right, let me share my screen. I can see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
If that's true, if men are the enforcement mechanism, why does that then mean that women's equality is a bad idea?
Well, I didn't say it was a bad idea. I mean, it is, but what my position is that it's laughable that egalitarianism is even possible because women have no way to enforce their rights. They have to use men to enforce their rights. So since they have to use men to enforce their rights, they don't really have any rights because all the rights come from men.
But why does the notion of egalitarianism have to be predicated on physical strength or who gets to enforce it?
Well, what else could it be predicated on?
principles of like what's best for society.
And what happens if somebody
men and women are
violates those
intellectually
principles?
equal?
Sure.
Like, why would it be based off the enforcement?
What happens if somebody violates those principles?
What do you mean?
Well, so if you have a society in which you have laws and government and things like this, and whatever social contracts you come up with, what happens if one side violates those principles, or a person or an individual or a group violates those principles? What would you do with them? You would, well, I would think arrest them maybe, or punish them, or do something punitive, or put them in prison or something like that. And so you're right back to the enforcement mechanism again. So there's really no way around it. The enforcement mechanism is from men, will always be from men. And so it's paradoxical to say that women can have equal rights, because even if they do have equal rights, it's just because men have allowed them to.
Okay, so if that's true, if men are the
Have you guys seen this clip? No, right?
No.
What do you think of his premise, Dana?
I think I don't know. I think there's a lot to chew on there. I don't know if I necessarily agree or disagree, but I think that he definitely presents an interesting perspective and something to think about. When he says that women have rights because men allow them to, that probably stuck out the most. And I'm just kind of like, he might be right in that regard, because we don't, as much as we are able to do and to be productive members of society and, you know, all of these things, but it just feels like if we were, I don't even want to word this incorrectly, but if we were able to dominate certain spaces, then we just would, and we wouldn't need to ask for permission, and we wouldn't need to have all of these provisions in place in order for us to be equal, or for there to be equitable circumstances. I don't think so. I don't know. It's definitely an interesting perspective.
You think he's more right than wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the main point is egalitarianism is unrealistic because women can't enforce their own rights. Bunny, what say you?
I think he's absolutely correct.
Yeah? Why?
I think he's correct. One, because if you think about it, we are a species. If you're thinking about anything animalistic, it's a structure to life, a life cycle, the way of life, families, and how they're made up. The man was made to be the head. That's how I was raised. That's how I was taught. I don't know in any other species that the male isn't. Maybe somebody can educate me. But as far as us, he's always been the head. That's how our society has always been built, all the way back to ancient times. For us to try to come to now and say that we don't need men, or men are not the head, I feel like it's out of balance. That's just my personal opinion.
So I noticed you said a lot of I've been taught, I was raised. Do you agree?
Yes, I absolutely agree.
Okay.
I absolutely agree, because I've seen the difference. Not judging anybody, but I've seen the difference in households where strong men were not there, and between the household where men were there. And I always would feel like men are needed.
So you agree that women's rights women only have rights because of the men that allow it and enforce them?
It's proven through history and the laws.
Okay.
We had to fight for our rights. We had to fight for the right to vote. We had to fight. It's proven already. He's telling nothing but the truth.
Okay.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Yeah, I agree as well. I don't like the idea that like women are trying to be equal to men, you know, because it's like, why would you? Like, I don't want to be a man. Okay, please take the burden off me. I don't, and then I also hate the stigma of like single women ain't like they don't need a man. Like I don't feel that way at all. I know I need one. I want one. Like you know what I mean? Like it's not where I'm at, you know. But I know that it's a thing. So you know, I entertain the conversations. But yeah, no, I agree with him. Let the man lead. Let the man make the decision. I'm good with that. Now I may not like it. I'm not saying I will. But hey, that's life. So it's life. You don't like everything that happens to you. You know, you don't.
Yeah, that's true.
Have no control over that. You know what I mean? So, but yeah.
RC, what say you?
I agree with everyone. I definitely don't think I'm equal to a man. I know that there are some anomalies where there's women that have just about as much strength as certain men, but that's not me. So, yeah. Everything that they said.
Ratchet, do you think that men are overall better decision makers?
That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Because really deep down inside, don't think that they're better. I would say that when it comes to that, that's where I'm kind of like, because oftentimes men refer to their woman for guidance, right? So if they were already like they'll consult with their woman, like, okay, this is what's going on. And sometimes they will take the advice from a woman as to decision making. So seeing that, not saying that she's telling him what to do, but kind of like consulting with one another. Like, so me personally, I can't say for sure, because if that was the case, a man wouldn't even consult with his wife. He would just make the decision. But I don't know.
Well, sometimes men want to include her, right? So to have a consultant will give you what they think is the best, and then you make decision based on all the information you have. Okay, so let me give an example. So, for instance, some men react before really taking time to think about something. Like it might be a situation where a man might want to be, and a woman might be like, calm down, like, so I feel like women, I'm not going to say that men are better decision makers, because I feel like sometimes if a woman is there, a man might make the wrong decision. So. You agree with Bunny overwhelmingly, and now when you're answering this question, I feel like you disagree with Bunny. I feel like men should lead, right? So I'm not saying that I disagree with them leading and me trusting them leading. But if you're asking the specific question of decision making, everyone pretty much can make a bad decision. And I feel like sometimes... I can't. All right, Ratchet. This is your fourth show. Sometimes it's not an answer. You know that by now. Sometimes it's a bullshit answer. Okay, but behind every great man, there's a great woman. And we've been saying that for years. So for me, I feel like it's a joint decision making. I can't say one is better than the other. I feel like that's just my opinion. I'm not going to sit up here and lie and say, So how does a man leading your house, you don't think he makes better decisions than you? Because I'm trusting his decision. I'm not questioning what he does. If he consults with me, cool. We'll do that. If he's about to make a decision and I think maybe he should think twice about that decision, then I may insert myself, not in a pushy or aggressive way, but maybe make some just suggestions and leave him open to take it. So you can fully follow a man that you believe you guys make equally good or bad decisions. So if you don't think he's better than you in that facet, you can still follow him all the same. What do you mean if I don't think there's not going to be an instance where I don't think he's better in that facet? I don't feel like with any man, if I'm in a situation with a man, this man that I chose or that chose me, why would he would never be thought of to me as less than in anything. I chose him just like he chose me, but I chose him because I felt like he was fit to lead.
So I can't judge a situation on a man that I don't know what his, but for me, if I'm dealing with him, I trust him to lead me.
Okay. It's
politics.
It's a little bit of a salad, but are men better decision makers than women?
In my experience, no, I'm gonna be honest. But I'm open to the man of my household when I get one with him, making the decisions. But I do believe that, men kind of look at women like a wise counsel, even though the ultimate decision I think sits with the man because he's the leader and he, end all be all. But yeah, I believe that if he, cares about her and what she feels and thinks, and he knows whatever his decision is going to affect her directly, then I think, it's cool to kind of get her weigh in even if he's made the decision already. Sometimes I think it's cool just to be like, so she can feel included. You know what I mean? Like, we like to know, like, okay, he did that because of me, or even if he didn't, we know, like, come on, be real, like, it happens. But
yeah, no, I get you, but it feels flawed to me. You saying you're gonna relinquish the power to the man of being a leader and controlling your household, and then in the same breath, the two ladies at the bottom said men don't make very good decisions as compared to women. It feels contrary.
I'm just saying, in my experience, I'm not, because they're out there, I'm sure. I just haven't experienced them personally. That's
okay,
all.
so you say no then to the question that's scrolling.
Yeah, I mean, no, in my situation, yes, the women have made the decisions, but not because the men, like, they just really didn't have the opportunity to because they weren't there. Like, that's my, you know what I mean? It's not like they just made bad decisions. It's just
the fuck Bunny go? She was next.
It's the cat. I think the cat landed on her.
Badass cat. Cats suck. She'll be back. Dana.
Yo.
Question is scrolling. Are men better decision makers than women?
I think that men are more, they're better when it comes to making concise decisions. If you ask a man, like, and this is just, in jest, but like ranch or blue cheese, like you guys can make concise decisions very quickly. I think that women are better at making more thoughtful decisions. Like if you ask a man to choose something or to make a decision, like he's going to get to it expeditiously. If you ask a woman to do it, she's going to put more thought into it. And so in the end, we're probably the better decision makers because of the thought that we put into our answers, our responses.
Okay, so you think women are better decision makers?
Yes.
Because of their indecisiveness? Because if men are decisive, women are largely indecisive. Does that make sense or no?
It does make sense, but it's not just about being indecisive, because in the indecision there is consideration that I don't think that men apply when making decisions.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna piggyback on that because, like, hearing you say that, Dana, it's like, well, dang. I mean, I know that people generally, and they are logical, so I know that women tend to put emotion behind.
Mute, Bunny, mute.
Anyway, that's just my rebuttal to what I just said, because I'm thinking about it now. I know that men are more simple and they like you said, concise. That made me think.
Right.
Yeah, they are very simple, so it might be easier for them to make the decisions. Whether or not that's good or bad, I don't think that's the issue. But I'm thinking.
Well, we're decisive, but you're not saying we're decisive. You're saying we rush.
No. I'm saying
no. I'm talking Dana.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know if it's a rush per se, because I don't know that you feel rushed in making the decision, but I don't think that there's consideration applied. So it's not the decision, the conclusion that you arrived or the decision that you arrive at is not out of rush. It's out of, I just haven't taken time to consider all of the factors and alternatives that come into play.
What do you call that then?
Lazy. Y'all are lazy decision makers.
And then you guys are better because you are thoughtful in your decisions?
Yeah. We ask questions. We ask follow-up questions. I'm
All right,
dead.
give me an example of something. Hold on, let me read some chat.
Go ahead.
Great point, Dana. He sent that a while ago when we were watching that other video. But if you read the rest of his chats, he's been being facetious. So who knows?
He's always facetious, but I'll take it.
Mike Brown with the $5. Give an example, Dana.
Is he talking about this right now?
Yeah.
Okay, an example where men are more decisive and women put more thought into the decision making. Maybe like car buying. I don't know if this is a good example or not, but that's just the first one that comes to mind. You all are very you know exactly, and maybe that's it. With a lot of things, you have more context, or you've made your decision before the question is even asked. Like, you know what you're going to buy, you know what you're going to spend, you know what you're going to compromise on, what you're not going to compromise on, yada yada yada. And women will ask more questions like, well, is this on sale? Did you consider this? Are there other factors that I need to incorporate into my decision making? Yada yada yada. And y'all are very black and white, and we're very gray when it comes to that. And that may not be the best example, but again, that's just the first one that comes to mind.
Because the whole in that example was you guys sound unprepared. So you said we go in knowing what we want. So then how does that make you get like that? That seems like it pokes holes in your argument, if anything. Because you're unprepared, you can be manipulated. You never listen to a salesperson about a car. You don't know what their incentives are. Why do they want to sell you that car, not the car you initially looked at? Those are the things that we consider.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, we're still going to ask questions. Like, you guys are more likely to walk into a dealership and walk out of the dealership with a vehicle the same day, and we might come back the next day or the week after, whatever. And that may be for lack of preparedness, but we just have more questions. We have things that we want to research. Like, there's just more consideration into our car buying process than it is for you all, per se.
So then why do you guys get punished in a car dealership? Women, it's known, the stereotype that women get destroyed when they go to the car dealership.
Because we're seen as the weaker consumer. We're seen as the weaker car buyer. Like, we're not respected as much when we walk into a dealership. It's the same as like walking, and this is, you know, an anecdotal example, but like if we walk into Home Depot, we're not respected or given the same regard as men who walk into Home Depot. We're looked at as we don't know what we're doing, or we don't know where we're going, or what we're looking for. Like, you don't have a place here. Or if you go into the gun range, like, what the fuck are y'all doing here? There are certain places where men feel like women do not belong, and especially without the presence of another.
Okay, but why are you getting your ass kicked if you guys are great decision makers? Regardless of what they think, you don't have to let it happen if you can make sound decisions.
It's sexism.
Put him in a fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Mike,
it's sexist. It is though.
Read this for me.
All right. Shout out to Mike Brown. Mike Brown. $20 super chat. Boop boop boop. No
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
In making any decision. Never mind. I take back all of my celebration, Mike Brown.
Yo, Mike, appreciate you.
It's true. He's not lying.
Y'all be getting your asses kicked.
It's me. I be getting my ass kicked. Like, I can make decisions for other people. I can advocate for other people. But when it comes to advocating for myself in a dealership, I'm not negotiating. I'm just going to pay whatever you tell me to pay.
I'm going to be honest. That's a real life example that happened to me. Like, when I bought my car, I made sure I had one of my homeboys with me because I'm like, well, I'm not going there by myself. I was in and out. Do you hear me? In and out, because I had somebody with me. But a man. I had a man with me. But like, that's how it goes.
Bob, what's popping? Bob, I appreciate you stopping through with the $20 20 ball. Risky, I just got here, boy. Word. By the way, was that Bree Brave yelling? Nah, Bree Brave came up here earlier today though, Bob. He had some smoke, but I had to get off, so I'm gonna get him back on next week. But I appreciate you.
Wow.
Damn. So, Dana, do you feel like you may have to concede your point? Come on, man.
I'm open to. I was never very one way or the other. I was straddling the fence from the time that you asked the question. So I'm willing to concede my point. I need to put more thought into it.
Yeah,
That's
I
honest.
think you, Tay. I didn't even ask Bunny. She dropped off.
Yeah.
Dana, Tay, Ratchet. I think y'all might lose this particular conversation. Bunny, are men better decision makers than women? Those are my DJ sounds, and I be DJing. You on mute?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
You on mute, Bunny?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come.
You on mute? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Bruh.
I think it depends on the man. That's my personal opinion. It depends on the man. It depends on how he was brought up. It depends on how he was raised.
Bunny. Are men better decision makers than women? Depends, some, kinda, not all the time. Those are unreal answers. We know that.
No, it's an unreal answer to say all men.
Nobody's saying all. We know all don't mean all, but we're saying are men overall better decision makers than women?
Overall?
Yes. The majority. So more men or more women are better decision makers.
I feel like it's documented that men made more decisions than women.
Okay.
That's what I feel like. That's my personal opinion. It's documented that men have made plenty of decisions. Have they made better decisions throughout the years? They have made mistakes, yes, because they're human. And people that are human make mistakes and they fall short.
Okay.
So I don't understand. Explain that again.
Are men better decision makers than women?
If it's documented, yes. If you're going
I'm
about
asking, what do you think? What do you think?
Yeah, I go off of history, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
They've gotten us this far.
You think this far is a good place?
For me, it is. Right now, it is, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we definitely have made more decisions in history. So but the volume of decisions made make us better?
As the volume of decisions made us better.
Yeah, we made most of the decisions. So does that automatically make us better?
Yeah, because y'all made all the decisions.
Huh?
We don't have a history of making a lot of decisions as far as rights, as far as
laws.
What is it? Farming, propagation, everything. Like, that's all been men. Everything has been established through men.
Yeah. Okay.
So what has been established through women really much in history as far as decision making? We just now started making decisions and we barely making that. We still fighting for rights. They don't even listen to Kamala ass.
Have you listened to Kamala before?
I have listened to Kamala.
She worth listening to?
I wouldn't have picked the lady, but they do that purposely. There's plenty of women out there. You don't think they do that purposely?
What?
That's like the lady what's the lady that's
do what purposely though?
Presidential. What's the lady? You know what I'm talking about, Dana. I'm mute.
I have no idea who you're
talking about. You know the lady that's always on it. You know exactly who I'm talking about. The one that always got the curls and
you talking about the reporter lady. The reporter. I can't think of her name, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, the president for the president.
Karen, Jean-Pierre, or Jean-Pierre.
They could have
something.
picked 50,000 women. Yes. They could have picked 50,000 black women that spoke better, that were better educated, that could explain and defend the president way better the fuck than her. But instead they chose her purposely.
Okay. Well, we'll do a show on Kamala some other time. But from what I've seen so far from her,
put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Savage with the $5. Lady, show me the man. I'll get you respect for you, queens.
Bruh.
He trying it tonight. I'm gonna be nice to Savage tonight.
He trying.
But he's pushing the limit.
So, damn. Question on the same line. you guys are indecisive. You guys don't negotiate, which is a large part why the pay gap, the illusion of a pay gap is there, because you guys don't push, you agree. But I think women are largely fear-based in making decisions. What you think about that, Dana?
This shit is way too thought-provoking for me.
We gotta get because before we ask the rise of the single women, we gotta understand you guys' mindset.
Yeah, I guess so. Ask the question again.
Are women fear-based when making decisions? So is the basis of your decision based on how fearful you are in given situation?
No. Again, I think it's just that we're considerate of a lot more factors and we're considerate of all of the aspects that go into our decision. So it's not based off of fear. It's based off of just trying to be well-rounded and having all of the information before choosing to make a decision. It's not, we don't shoot from the hip when it comes to making because we're speaking generally, right? So, when it comes to making the majority of decisions, we're just more thoughtful and we're more considerate of all of the factors involved.
You ain't answering. Tay.
Let me answer.
You ain't answering.
I don't like where this is going because I feel like you're gonna blame it on us. But no, I'm gonna be honest and say I make decisions based off like, okay, well, I'm scared it's not gonna work out that way, or like, oh no, I'm scared I'm gonna drown, so I'm not gonna go that way because I can't swim. I'm not gonna go in there. Or I'm scared something gonna happen to my baby, so I'm gonna choose this school district, because it's less crime around this area. Like, yeah, I'm gonna be honest and say I believe that overall we are kind of fear-based in
shit like that.
Ratchet, Bunny, what you guys think? Are women fear-based when making decisions?
I think we absolutely are. We are caregivers. That's what we're there for. We care about our children. We care for our homes. We are supposed to be the warriors. So absolutely.
Okay. Ratchet?
I definitely agree. And it's funny you asked that question because that's one of the things that I actually questioned myself about earlier in my life was like, why do I hesitate instead of just taking risk and taking chances? And I think we do. And I think that's probably why we, not speaking it into existence, but we have yet to have a female president, leader of the nation. I feel like a lot of men feel that way and feel like a woman is not strong enough, that she might hesitate in making the right decisions. So I don't know. I've thought about that before, though. It's interesting.
Okay. That one was pretty easy. I wonder where Dana stands in her head now with the better decision making piece and Ratchet, but we'll circle back. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. All right, let me share my screen again. I just want to set the mindset before we get on single women. I want to understand where you guys are at. Hey, Bunny, you're not doing a terrible job. Shout out to you. Decent. That phone ain't shit. Did you go lock that cat up? Oh, hell no, man. That nigga turning off the camera.
It's her home.
You got you holding the phone now, man.
That's
Cats
why she
ain't
jumping
shit.
up here. She jealous.
You jealous? Word. All right, let me share my screen. The mute button.
To submit to men because men just gonna. Women have to change their minds and realize that they ain't supposed to submit to men because men just gonna do what you allow them to do because they don't have no governor on their own behavior to know when to not do something, to know better. They don't know. They just gonna keep being reckless. And they're not gonna take care of your feelings because they're only concerned about theirs.
A woman should be the dominant and a man should be the submissive. That's
because y'all follow commands. You go do. You go do. and she gonna tell you what to do. Because here's the thing, if y'all don't have somebody telling y'all what to do, y'all are going to be reckless. Y'all just want the image of leadership. And since y'all can't lead yourself, y'all leading her into the ground. So here's the thing, the natural order is for the feminine to be the leader.
Have you guys heard of her before?
No, who is that?
So her name is Princella, the Queen Maker. So she has tons of content like this. Just saying that women are the natural leaders. Men are incapable of love. They were calling her like Samuels, but like on the other side type shit. So you guys never seen her before.
No, I haven't.
What do you think about what do you think about her, that last clip? Go ahead, Tay.
I mean, it was interesting. I mean, some of it was kind of laughable, the shit she was saying. I didn't know it was for real until like second 10. But you know, I'm good on that. I don't want to lead. I want to be led. So I don't agree with her thoughts. I haven't seen any other footage or any other clips from her, but yeah, no. I don't like where this is going.
Ratchet, she said women are the natural leaders. What say you?
Well, she kind of alluded to what I was saying about women being in the background helping men make rightful decisions, not so that they can't do it by themselves. I don't believe that they can't do it by themselves, but I just found it funny that she kind of said, you know, behind a man, there's a woman making the decisions. As far as the natural order of leadership, I was taught and I believe that a man should always lead. But then I think about Adam and Eve and the apple, and she did tell him to eat the apple. So is there some truth to what she's saying?
What would that be?
I mean, that women could be the original leaders, or I mean, things have possibly changed over time and evolution, but when I think about that, I'm like, when she said that, I'm like, well, Eve did tell him to eat the apple, you know, if that's the religion or if that's what people are going by. So,
well,
you don't
Adam
see
was given
similarities there, or am I?
Adam was given dominion over the earth. He was manipulated in the instance, and do you realize the penalties that ensued after that?
I mean, I didn't get to that part. We're stopping at the part.
Period, girl.
where the woman told him
penalty. We gotta bleed every butt.
I mean, but I just when she was talking, those are the things that came to mind. Now, do I agree with her? No, but I can see where she get this stuff from.
Where'd she get it from?
Just her thought process on natural selection and life. I mean, I can't, like I said, the example that I just gave is like, well, didn't she tell the man to do something? Right?
Well, she got manipulated, and then he got manipulated.
Regardless of if
by her, but she wasn't in charge.
Yeah, but she still instructed. Correct?
He was ultimately responsible, but she influenced the decision. But he was held accountable.
Yeah, and well, she was. Well, you know, you guys have pain in childbirth. If you believe in the Bible, you have pain in childbirth. You have the bleeding, and your husband is your ruler. Those are the penalties that came from that.
That's still after she suggested, instructed, manipulated, whatever she did. She told him to do something, and he did it.
Well, manipulation is manipulation, right?
And if you're using words, you're still telling somebody something, aren't you?
So you're saying that she has a point because Adam got manipulated.
I'm not saying I'm saying I can see where her mind is going, right? I don't subscribe to that. I don't believe that. But when she was talking, I was like, well, Maybe that's where she got it from. Okay. And she did allude to the fact of what I said about women being behind great leaders. Like, I don't agree with how she said it. She said that the woman makes the decisions. I feel like men consult with women and they make great suggestions. If that makes any sense.
And then the ill part of it is using the story of the garden. Eve made a terrible fucking decision, which kind of just destroys the premise.
I mean, she made a bad decision, but she still I feel like she still told, so that's still leadership. Regardless if you're manipulating, someone's following your lead, you're leading. Someone follows or do something that you do, they're following you. So what I'm saying is, to someone that's think the way that she thinks, she's probably like, well, that happens, so men have to listen to women, and women do lead. Like, I could understand how this can go down.
Okay, so you think you have to be manipulated in order to lead somebody, or you have to be manipulative
in order to lead a man?
In order to lead?
No, not in general. But you could be. There's a right and a wrong way to do everything.
Yeah. If it's wrong, it's probably not something you want to stand on, right?
I mean, of course. But if we're talking about options and choosing and making decisions, people make right or wrong decisions. Not speaking for, I don't speak for myself in this situation. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, I see. You.
Wow. Tap dancing.
Motherfucker.
Plant your feet.
Your calf gonna be sore as shit. Bunny. What you think about what the Queen Maker had to say? I got one more video. For matter of fact, yeah. What you think? You on mute again?
I'm sorry, y'all. I think she's delusional.
Yeah. Why?
Everything she said was dumb as fuck. I'm sorry to say it like that, but you gonna tell a man and all of that other stuff. Like, girl, shut up. Just shut up. Like, I can't.
Does it? The piece of information: she was married, she got divorced, she has a kid, now she's a dyke.
What does that have to do with her?
Just give you all the info.
It sounds like some type of trauma. Okay, if you want to go there with it, it sounds like she has suffered some type of trauma from a man that made her respond that way and changed her point of view on things towards men. So now that you added the fact that she turned to a dyke, that confirms the fact that she most likely suffered some type of trauma. Not mental trauma or anything, but she's damaged.
Let me share that. Bunny, let me get your thoughts on this one first.
Men typically want to keep a woman at a level that they can reach her at. So they don't want women to do personal development. They're not going to say, hey, ladies, go read Think and Grow Rich. Go read How to Win Friends and Influence People. Become a better version of yourself. Men are already struggling with women being blind and making poor decisions, and they still can't level up. If women leveled up, the majority of males would not make it. And so in order for two people to have flourishing partnership between, the woman needs to be a whole individual, and so does he. But men do not want to do the work that's required to become a whole individual. They typically use women to get where they want to get, and I'm totally against that. Men typically...
My personal she's clearly talking from her personal experiences with men. That's the only thing I can say, because I don't know. I don't even understand what circle she just went into just now. I just don't. I don't get it. I didn't get nothing she said. I didn't.
Oh, let me see. Dana, did you pick up anything she was putting down?
I did, but I didn't, because again, I've said a million times, I feel like the men that I encounter in my real life and outside of this podcast and the internet, it's just a totally different conversation. So if we're talking about the people who are here and who are in the comments regularly and who will click the link, at 11 o'clock and come up on the panel, I think that there's merit to what she's saying, but outside of that, not so much. But because the men who comment and who come up on the panel and who are regular followers and listeners of our podcast, they subscribe to, wanting to be able to mold and shape and almost, they don't use the word, but I'm going to say manipulate the women that they choose to date and or marry, so that they can mold them the way that they want them to behave. And so, yeah, I think that applies, but I don't think that that's overarchingly how the majority of men feel and how they behave.
Okay, go ahead, Bunny.
The reason why I said I didn't get it is because if he's a man and we're talking about a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would he choose a woman less than him? I don't get that part, because a lot of the men that I know, I can only speak from experience. Have they made mistakes choosing certain women with having kids? Yes. But once they learn from a certain mistake, they always choose a woman that is intelligent, educated, experienced. They never go back to, I'll give you an example. If a man was married to a kept woman for 20 something years, when they get divorced, or if they do get divorced, they never go back to a kept woman. They go to a working woman. So I don't technically agree with that.
I hear what you're saying, but there is a large, I won't even say majority, but there's a large population of men who subscribe to the thought that it's easier to date younger women specifically because they're easier to mold, they're easier to influence, and thusly
But that's the same with men. As anyone
gets, it is, but
go through trials. That's on both sides. So I don't agree with it.
I hear you, but I mean, it is still a thing though. I don't agree with it either. I don't agree with the concept of it, but it does exist.
So you think men are keeping women down intentionally? The majority of men?
No, I won't say majority.
What percentage?
Percentage.
How many people,
who represents
others through school and everything else? So I haven't seen that.
You also haven't watched this show before, so I understand why you feel that way, because you have a more well-rounded perspective of society. But as it pertains to a lot of our listeners, as it pertains to a lot of our commenters, viewers, panelists, things like that, that is a sentiment, and I don't think that they speak for the majority of men. I think that the majority of what they say is actually bullshit, and they don't represent, the larger population. So if you're asking me, Hamp, for a percentage, I'm going to say that's probably maybe like 30% of men. It's not a large amount. So overarchingly, I don't feel like men are trying to keep women down or trying to keep them from progressing for their own benefit. I don't believe that that's a general sentiment.
Savage, hold on, let me read these super chats real quick, Bunny. Savage with the $5. How am I pushing the limit, Dana? I'm just uplifting and praising these lovely queens.
I do not want your sarcasm tonight, Savage. We're doing so well. Don't start no shit with me, and it won't be don't be the next contestant on the Summer Jam screen, okay? We're not gonna do this tonight. Be good.
Savage for the $2. Queens, be our Eve. John the Baptist with the $5. Hamp, do you drug test the panel between the man on the noon show and Ratchet's views on Adam and Eve? Nah, man. I don't drug test the panel. Bunny, what you about to say?
I smoke medical marijuana. I'm retired.
That's what you about to say. All right.
Be clear.
Ratchet, what do you think about the last statement the Queenmaker made when she said that if women leveled up, men would not make it?
I don't believe that. If
Why?
women leveled up, men wouldn't make it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. I mean, and the reason I say that is because it also depends on, like, I look at a lot of stuff as like economic and classism, right? So in certain aspects or societies or communities, it looks like women are doing so much better than men. And I think that's proximity as well. But if you're looking at like overall worldwide view, I just feel like men are still going to be where they are, regardless if a woman levels up or not. Because we have women that have leveled up, but they're still not. Other than Queen, I guess. But
yeah. John Henry with the $5 super chat. He says the Queenmaker wears underwear with dick holes in them.
Wow. I like those.
Oh man. Tay, what say you about that? Men are holding women down because if they level up, they'll pass men and men won't make it.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree that men use women to get to where they want to go. That was like, she said some things that I was like, oh, okay. But then she, it switched. So I know that it happens in some instances, but overall, I don't think that's what's going down. Maybe like 35 to 40%, maybe. But I do believe that women and men should level up, and like it ultimately makes the partnership stronger in that way, but not when you have like selfish motives or like your own agenda in terms of leveling up. But if you're gonna level up, like let's do it collectively. But yeah.
Would you say that though? Do you think it's bad if a man looks at you at like an asset or a resource?
No, asset is, because I mean the other side of that is a liability, and I don't want to be that. You know what I mean? I'm supposed to add value to you, not take away.
Okay. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Queenmaker.
Put him in a fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
I don't feel like you guys largely agree. Some of that shit that you be saying is pretty outlandish, man, in my estimation. All right, let's get to this. I asked this question. I think I said this before, but I didn't outright ask. I think I was asking about something like, are men more valuable or more something? And one of the thoughts was like that women are overall smarter than men. What do you guys think about that? Dana, you the one who said it, so go ahead and unmute.
I don't want to play. I don't want to play this. Hell yeah, we're smarter than you niggas. Are you fucking kidding me? Yes, but we're not supposed to say it. It's supposed to be a secret. Yes, we're smarter than you.
Okay. Tay?
Sorry, girls. I'm breaking code. Yes, we're fucking smarter than y'all are.
Okay.
That's why I was laughing. I was like, damn. I mean, I had an answer, but now I'm gonna be honest. Like, we trust y'all, but sometimes we feel like we're smarter. But the man should be smarter. I'll say that.
Are men, who's smarter, men or women, Tay?
Women.
Ratchet? Ratchet?
I don't know. I just can't lie today.
Go ahead. You probably used all your lies up yesterday.
This is a very, very good question, but within eyeball sight, I don't know. I really don't know who's smarter. Like, I can't say. Are we talking about book smart or just like?
Good God Almighty!
No matter
Are
what we're
women
talking about,
smarter than men?
I mean,
Band of brothers.
Instinctual, I would say men. Like, if we're not talking outside of everything, I would think just survival wise, men are. But so I can't choose. All right.
Bruh.
Who's smarter?
You got to pick a side.
If we're talking about all around, I would say men.
Okay. Bunny, what say you? Are women smarter than men?
Women are smarter than men. We are historically more educated. We push for education and more knowledge and research on things is documented.
Okay. So answer me this then.
Can I
you
ask a
also
question?
Smart? Nah. If you also smart, why y'all keep getting finessed? Every time I turn around, I hear women talking about niggas ain't shit. Y'all giving up pussy to the wrong niggas. One nigga have kids by 6 different women because y'all decisions are trash. But where does all this intelligence go when you see a penis?
Let Bunny go first.
Go ahead, Bunny.
That's a part of the curse because when the penis enters the vagina, it confuses our heads and we get confused and our emotions get affected with our uterus and our cycles and we go crazy. That's what happened. That's why Eve really fucked up Ratchet when she told him eat that motherfucking apple because they discombobulated us when they stick their penises inside of us and we forget all our education because you can have your doctorates and then you fall for a nigga that just got a big penis.
It sounds dumb to me,
It's
Bunny.
very dumb, but that's a part of our curse. Now, if we don't sleep with the man, our intelligence goes up.
If your aunt had a dick, she'd be your uncle.
Yes.
If it's not there, but y'all is getting y'all getting y'all boot smoked though, Bunny.
Sex confuses things. So it depends on whether or not the woman sleeps with the man.
What I'm saying is, Bunny, the nigga will finesse you. Y'all don't listen to Steve Harvey, thankfully. And y'all give up the pussy within 3 days and then he leave you and you talking about he ain't shit.
Who do that? Who?
Y'all.
Who is y'all?
Oh, I guarantee all 4 of y'all had a one night stand. That's a fact.
Who?
You. I get close to you.
I want to tell they a motherfucking lie. Who?
Bunny, I know somebody crushed them cheeks within a few hours before. Come on, man.
Sorry.
Stop the cap.
A one night stand is different.
It's not for everybody.
That's different than trying to be in a relationship with.
Not for everybody.
What I'm saying is the finessing though.
No, sorry.
That's not having a one night stand is not getting finessed.
Niggas, well, Ratchet, we know that your sexual inhibitions don't exist. We clear on that.
I'm just saying it's not, because what if the woman initiated it? How is she getting finessed by a man she don't even really want?
Well, she's a whore, but we're talking about women who think they're not whores, and they still get up the pussy in record time.
I'm going back on mute.
Yo, Coop was popping. Oh shit. Okay.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
that. Podcast with Theo Coop. Hey, one of the moderators, drop Coop's fucking podcast in the chat right now. Every morning, I think it's at 8:30 or 9:30. I think it's at 8:30 for me, until 9:30 for y'all, if I'm not mistaken. Coop go live. The shit is lit. He reviews a lot of just stuff that I'm like, damn, I didn't even know that fucking happened. You know what I mean? So I get a lot of game from Coop. Shout out to Coop. Please drop his channel in the chat. You feel me, Coop? I appreciate you, brethren. Early congrats on the 10K ham. Shout out from Detroit. Real shit. Savage Recovery with the $5. Men are simple, dumb cavemen. You queens are smart and better than always. Keep slaying with all these great points, queens. You're right, Queens. Savage with the $2. You're right, Queens. We are trash. Matt was good. Matt with the $2. Y'all educated by men's curriculums. Y'all trolling. John with the $5. Bunny, what hole did you pull that answer from? Women are smarter than men. Mike Brown with the $5. Convenient intellect. When it's good, it did it. When it's bad, a nigga dick me down. Yeah, yo, that's the craziest shit, bro. All of it, you smart until he pull his penis out, man. Hold on.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Savage with $2. Queens can't be 304. You shitting me? Yo,
I want him to stop calling us queens so much.
What's up, man? Where does all the intellect go? What happens, bro? Cause y'all getting finesse and niggas ain't shit, but
energy. Y'all acting like y'all don't know it's a transfer.
No, Bunny, you already
come in with the educational level. Now, when men and women have sex,
Bunny, you are ahead of what we talking about. He gotta swoon you to get the cheeks, right? Because you said yourself you're not having one night stands. So it must take some time for a nigga to get in your head, get some pussy, and then never call you again. So how is that happening if y'all so intellectual? Yo, trust niggas. Yo, trust me. I know more men than y'all. Trust me, this is happening to women, even if not if you anecdotally. Because what's the resounding narrative? Niggas ain't shit.
My phone then.
No, well, yeah, but we talking to the masses, but I'm talking to y'all too. And so what happens to all the intellect is the point. Because the overarching narrative, niggas ain't shit, women talking about divesting, so on and so forth. So where does all the smarts go? Why is this happening? That's my question.
There's no practicality. Go ahead, Tay.
No, I was just gonna say, I mean, for me, it goes away. Once my feelings get into it, then it's a whole nother ball game. It's not right here. It's all right here. So I'm speaking for myself. I know I get done.
I was gonna say the same thing. Like practicality goes out the window when it comes to feelings, when it comes to matters of hormones. If you want to fuck, like, I mean, logic is just not even a fucking factor a lot of the time. So whether you know better or not, like you might know better or you might be able to apply logic, but you just ignore the shit because you just feel like you want to do whatever you want to do. And that goes both ways. Like they say about men, like y'all think with your little head, not your big head. The same shit applies to women. There's just not a phrase for it.
But we ain't leaving hurt though. So where does that, what I'm saying is, Bunny, do you have a lot of experience with men?
You're telling me men don't get their feelings hurt? They don't walk away from things
butt hurt.
With butt hurt?
Am I saying we
drive past your jaw, butt hurt?
Yeah, some niggas Drake and drive. I get it.
A lot of niggas. Ain't no some niggas. There's a lot of niggas out here butt hurt.
There's niggas out here that Drake and drive.
Hurt because they telling niggas no for their number. It's a lot of butt hurt niggas walking around. As soon as you tell a guy, no sir, I'm taking. I'm sorry.
And she don't watch the show. And she don't even watch the show. She don't even know we was just talking about
I'm about to all right, I'm about to turn my energy. I'm just letting y'all know.
Be nice.
I wouldn't advise y'all keep cutting me off. I know that much. Now, the narratives, right? So if Bunny's correct on her narrative, all right. I heard that before, right? We discussed that before, right? But the niggas ain't shit narrative was my premise, right? If you know you guys' body count matters differently to you guys than it does to us, something's going on. And so what I just want to understand. So when you guys' emotions get, and I'm not saying Bunny's wrong, she right, but what happens though? Where does the intelligence go when your emotions get involved? You guys throw all these smarts out the window? No. Bunny, that's what I'm trying to understand.
No, that's when the caregiving part checks in. That's what I feel like personally. Because once my feelings and my emotions is involved in somebody, I care what's going on with you. Are you okay? Are you happy with your job? Have you eaten today? Like everything that goes on with that person I care about. So it affects me. So yeah. That's where our caregiver portion comes in it. That's why our emotions are still necessary. They're not always a bad thing. They just don't belong to everybody. They're not for everybody. That's why you're not supposed to be around here giving it away to everybody. That's when the confusion comes in it.
Yeah. So, okay, I understand that point. But how are y'all getting to that point? Maybe I'm not asking the right question.
No, you're asking it correctly.
I'm just wondering, like, y'all have a lot of bad experience, and y'all representing all women. It is what it is. You up here, right? So you speaking for yourself, but you also speaking for what your friends, what you notice, the statistics, so on and so forth. How are these women getting finessed like this? If the intelligence is greater, how are these dumb men able to manipulate them and get what they want out of them and not give what the women want in return? Like relationship, like marriage, so on and so forth.
I feel like one of the reasons is a lot of our men are incarcerated. A lot of our men are incarcerated. It depends on the type of guy that's out there, and it's a large population of women to men. So we're basically to the point where we fighting over guys.
Well, do you think it's because of you guys selecting?
It's like five women to one man.
It's well, there's 2 million. There's 2 million more women, black women, than men. And then if you add in, I think it's how many black men locked up? 600,000.
It's way more than that.
700,000. I think it's like 600 or 700. Somebody in the chat will correct me, I'm sure, if I'm wrong. So yeah, there's probably what's that too? Yeah,
and
maybe
then you got it.
Gay men. Okay. Do you think you guys are fighting over the same men because of who you selecting? Like are women still looking for 6 foot men? And if you're looking for 6 foot men only, the majority of women, what happens to the men that aren't 6 foot? They just get looked over.
For me, it's not a height thing.
No, but that's one of the stereotypes.
That is a stereotype, but again, I feel like that's one of those things that applies to a certain demographic of women. Like it's like women. I am a woman. I have said that before, and again, I'm 5'10", so I feel like if anybody should be saying that shit, it should be me and not you little bitches. But but I don't even subscribe to that so much anymore because I feel like as you get older, you are more considerate of the things that matter more and the things that actually hold more weight, more value. And so it's not that you're like settling or relaxing your standards so much as that you're just being a little wiser in the decisions that you're making. So I think that's something that it definitely exists, but again, it's just a different demographic of women. It's younger women for the most part, not all, but we're speaking majority, right? So
Ratchet, here's what I want to say. I think y'all make very, very matter of fact, go back to the choices and the intelligence. I think y'all picking poorly when it comes to men. So I'm just trying to wonder, where is this goddamn knowledge going? Just in the books? Ratchet, you give me a lot of dead air.
Are you asking me a question? You didn't ask me a question.
Oh, I made a statement. What do you think about my statement?
As far as women picking wrong, I think that's possibly it. But if you're saying if we're so smart, why are we picking wrong? I feel like half of that, 50% of the fault is on the women, but the other 50% is also on the man, because a lot of men come a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? And like you said, whether you give it up on the first day or you give it up on 90 days, that man will fake until 90 days and get what he wants, and then you start to see who he truly is. So it's not a matter of you just picking wrong. Who you thought someone was ultimately turned out not to be that person. So my question to you is, what do you suggest, since and the men in the chat, what do you guys suggest, since y'all have all the answers, as far as how long does it take for a woman to get a man so that they're not making the wrong decision?
Well, we're not answering that question yet.
Oh, okay, here we go.
But
Well, no, we don't pick with our heads. We pick with our feelings. We pick with our emotions. That's the answer to your question. That's what you're looking for, Hamp, and that's true. We don't apply logic when choosing a mate or choosing somebody to, and that's not just us. It goes both ways, but we're not talking about both ways. We're talking about women right now. So,
yeah.
We pick based off of how we feel and not necessarily what is practical.
Yeah, because when Ratchet said he's a wolf in sheep's clothing, that's what I'm saying. This intelligent factors, where's the discernment? Because that's what intelligence includes. Discerning, be able to see or understand if you're being manipulated. But overwhelmingly, it's not happening.
I think that's fair.
I think
I don't like to agree, but it is.
I like to say it's a little bit more complicated than that sometimes, but we're not talking about some. So
no, we're talking about, like, generally speaking, like, I'm not saying women are unintelligent. I'm saying if women are more intelligent than men, the men ain't shit narrative. You know what I mean? Having sex and never getting a ring, being in 10-year relationships, he ain't proposing. Like, that shit just like, yo, something here gotta click. Like, yo, I'm doing some dumbass shit.
How Sway?
Go ahead, Bunny.
No, I just feel like when it's time to go, it's time to go. And sometimes women do stay too long. And we stay too long because of our emotions and our feelings. But if you want to be technical, when people break up, a lot of times when relationships break up, men are the last to leave.
Yeah, men don't leave. You see that in the divorce rate.
Yeah, men are technically the last to leave. Women will leave before men. So it's not like we're all the way dumb. Sometimes it might take us a little bit longer. So technically, who's really dumb if y'all the last to leave, if y'all sit there miserable longer than us?
Well, in a marriage, the reason is because we lose our assets. We lose our children. So the logical is say, okay, I'm going to get some cheeks on the side. I'm going to stay here so that I don't lose my greatest assets, which is my kids, my house, and everything I built.
Cheaper to keep her.
It's cheaper to keep her.
Yeah, so that's just the logical nature of men. Like, okay, let me do the math on this. You know what I mean? Ratchet, what was the 50-50 question? Or are you saying what was your question from your answer?
Oh, as far as fault and choosing. So
yeah, you said what was the answer?
When you said something along the lines of women giving it up too easy, not getting to know a guy, whoopty whoopty whoop, and I said whether you give it up on the first night or 90 days later, listening to Steve Harvey. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you don't get to, that man will put on a face until he gets what he wants. So sometimes you don't initially know who that person is until later on down the line. So my question to you and the guys is, what do you guys recommend a woman do so that she's not wasting her value and giving it up too easy and choosing the wrong guys? Like, how long does it take to know a man?
Yeah, you got to vet better. And you trying to vet a man, you don't know enough about men to vet them. You need another man to help you vet that man. There's a questions in a conversation that I'll have with a man, the same conversation you'll have, but I'll get different answers. And I'll be able to discern it differently, best because I'm experienced and I'm a man, you know? Also, motherfuckers is aiming too high. A nigga will have sex with you all day, but he ain't never gonna marry you because you ain't pretty enough for him. And so what we need to do is find people that kind of match, right? So they see you how they supposed to see you. But you getting a nigga because you got good cheeks and you got good head. So he's 6'5". He playing in NBA. He gonna keep fucking you to the cows go home, but he ain't gonna marry you. But y'all think because you keep sucking him off, he is. No. Find a nigga that match you. All y'all niggas is average. Period. All y'all.
that shit. You gonna stop saying
No,
that
seriously.
shit. Ooh.
Everybody on screen, 99% of the chat is average.
Nigga.
To who?
You fucking know me.
No, the question is to who? To you or to who?
Who the fuck is you talking to? I don't. Nigga. You
That
don't know
accent.
me. Fuck out of here.
How do I, what do you mean? What do I need to know?
Like me, I don't give a fuck whose show this is. None of that shit, Dana. You got me fucked up. Who the fuck you put me on the show with? No,
Everybody.
for real. I don't do no disrespect. No, fuck that. Peace. You can kiss my motherfucking ass. Talk about I'm average, nigga. You motherfucking average with gold lights in your background, bitch. Who the fuck is you talking to?
Yeah, so everybody's average. Point blank, period. The majority of people are average. And it's okay to be average, right? Because that's the majority of the world. People think average is an insult because they never had a real conversation before. Right? And you see the results. Why is being average so offensive?
I just asked to who, right?
What you mean?
Because, like, to who?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so when I hear that, right? And throughout my life, I've been around all facets and salaries of men, right? And all looks and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
To me, when I hear stuff like this, it only comes from a certain type of or group of guys. And it's like, why does what you think about me matter if I'm not even thinking about you, right? So if you're out here dating and you're getting, right, because they say, oh, women think they all that, you just average, but your head is so big. It's because in real life, the men that are attracted to said woman or that like said woman, they probably get approached a lot. Whereas when you're on a public platform or you're online, because I hear this a lot online, I don't, like Dana said, you don't hear these kind of conversations in real life. So it's kind of like,
but that's, see, it doesn't, you're not hearing things in real life, right? But what do our results show? Right? So not saying you specifically, but women are single. The amount of women that are single is on the rise, right? So we got to assess why that is. So if we
say it's more women than men,
but the amount of single women is on the rise because black men are divesting from black women.
Not even that. Black men are dying at rapid numbers. So with us still living and continuing on our lives, and men are, black, if we're talking about culture and ethnicity and stuff like that, it's deeper than that. But back to the topic at hand, I don't think it's anything wrong with people saying, hey, I'm average, let me find somebody on my level, right? But when men just say that to women in general, it's like, but why should I, people get offended because they're like, I'm not even looking at you. I'm not even thinking, why would I care about what you think I look like? I'm not even trying to date you. And not you specifically, but even men on online platforms. It's like when in real life, the shit that I pull. All
right. Rather, you going on. So here's the thing.
That's why people get offended. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, well, being average is not offensive because the majority of the world is average. The problem is nobody never told y'all. And you think because you getting dick that you're not average. And I'm not saying you, but that's what happens to women. Because
more than dick.
No, yeah, you got a boyfriend or something, right?
Yeah, I'm secure.
Yeah. Shout out to that nigga. So what happens is you can post a picture half nude and you get 1,000 likes. You think that people see you as that, and that's not the case, right?
I agree.
Because I said all y'all niggas is average. Everybody on camera is average. 99% of the chat is average, right? But internally, it'll bother you if you think it might be true. Like it gets on Dana's nerves when I say that, but she looks at herself as above that. So she'd be like, nigga, shut up. Right? But if you think it might be true, that shit hitting a little different. Go ahead, somebody want to go?
Yeah, no, I was shocked the first time I heard it, but I was like, I mean, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna argue with you.
No, I'm take because he didn't say average the first time, second time, or third time.
He was like, all y'all niggas.
No, he didn't say average. He said y'all are like between 3s and 6s. That was a different way of saying y'all are average. That's not the same fucking conversation. That's not the fucking.
Yeah, the first time
I ain't no motherfucker.
Yeah, no, he did say that. But he said it multiple times. That's what I'm saying. Like he's rated us, but then he's also said, all you need.
Yeah.
You know, like so it's like I guess I'm used to hearing it now, but I know better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me read these super chats before we get too far behind. Savage Recovery with the $2. Dana, I'm sorry to upset you. Is Goddess better?
Why is he talking to me? Like, keep my name out your fucking mouth, weirdo.
And Dr. Pepper is trash. John Henry with the $2. Thanos was right. Because it's stupid. Where you get that emoji from? Savage with the $2. Goddess don't settle. Men are trash or gay. Oh my God. Mike Brown with the $2. Which 6 is a must-have if chosen one? That's an interesting question. So 6. Well, I already know Ratchet's answer. 6 figures is more important than him being 6 feet or having a 6-inch penis, right, Ratchet?
Hold on, say that one more time.
I'm see if I got your answer right. So they say 6 figures, 6-inch penis, 6 foot tall. Mm-hmm. I said for Ratchet, the 6 figures would be most important.
Ain't nobody saying 6-inch penis ever. They said 6-pack.
Oh, I thought it was.
Nobody looking for no 6-inch.
I don't care for 6-packs. I don't even like my men all well.
She said that, and so here's the ill thing about Ratchet. Some of her perspective, she don't even be going for all that other shit, and she's successful in relationships, which kind of speaks to my point. You know what I'm saying? The stereotypical stuff, except for the bag. You know what I'm saying? Caesar's Palace with the $5. Not even 1% of all men are in jail in the USA. Why are women even bringing up these guys? We have 20+ million men. Take you guys, you guys can pick from that. You guys can pick from. Yeah.
He said what? 20 million men?
Yeah.
That you guys can pick from. Us that we can pick from. That's what.
But I think it's only what 14 million Black Americans.
I don't know.
I think it's like I don't know. He could clarify. Savage $2. Goddess don't settle. John the Baptist with the $5. Ratchet, to get the best results, stay a virgin and require a ring in marriage before sex. Ratchet, and the thing about it, Ratchet actually made it further down that path than I think most women. Because when you say you got cheeks for the first time when you were 25, right?
No.
You lied to me? Bruh. Thanks for nothing. Savage with the $2.
Are you serious? What?
I believe you.
I'm average, but damn. I'm not average. Fuck.
You got it, all 12 out of 10. Unpopular truth for the $5. Hemp, see how the women didn't have your back, but they want you to have theirs. Dana left you hanging. She did? God damn.
Hey, Ham.
Yo.
From now on, not talking about her. You want me to handle your lightweight? That's what you want me to do? Come on, man. Get out of here.
They didn't really say much. I don't know. She was just kind of going. Right? She has a bad microphone, so I think she was trying to go off. But yeah, that's ill, though, her response to being called average.
Again, she doesn't watch the show, so there's not a lot of context, and that's a natural reaction for a lot of people.
That is. I was about to say that's a normal.
Yeah.
Any of my friends would have been up here going on.
They would have been offended, but they don't know you. They don't know the show, so it's a little bit different. So I get it. I get it.
So for you to realize that your average is offensive. Interesting.
No, because it comes off as insulting.
Oh, to be average?
Yeah. Because you when you phrase it, like, I don't care, like, you can't ever insult me, but I know you, and I've been up here a million times when you called me average, and I'm gonna, fight back. But the way that you say it, it definitely can come off as insulting for somebody who's hearing it for the first time and doesn't have any context, or doesn't know where you're getting at by it.
Okay, that makes sense, especially when people pussy. Matt Pearson with the $5. Congratulations on the 10K. Keep podcasting during baby making hours. Time to lay the wood. FYI, she was trash for that. Shaking my head. Keep your cool, bro. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt, Matt. Yo, I know what you meant. Caesar's Palace with the $5. Dana, was she really your friend? Hamp, great job ignoring her. 80% of black women are overweight. How is that not below average?
Shut your dumb ass up. Next comment.
What? Mike Brown with the $2. Do y'all think y'all were like 8s? Just curious.
Does Mike Brown think he's an 8? Just curious.
Mike would say he's average.
So he need not make those types of remarks.
He's just asking a question. Because I think we had this scale before. Because who's an 8? Rihanna?
I think
we talked about that. Yeah. So no.
Yeah, who did you say was a 10? I forget.
Kelly Rowland.
You said Kelly Rowland was a 10 and Rihanna was an 8.
Beyonce a 9. Like just to scale, make it easy to scale.
Okay. And then we're somewhere between 3 and 5. Man, fuck y'all. I'm a 7 at least.
Whatever, 5.5 because I'm
a 7.
No, but you know what make it when you make it real by like putting people that everybody can kind of agree, for the most part.
I mean, if I was a millionaire and had a makeup artist and a trainer and a chef, I would be cuter too.
Hey, if your aunt had a dick, she'd be your uncle.
Well,
and you might be that one
because I don't know what to tell you. Shout out to Caesar's Palace for the $2 super chat. Moving on, 19.91 million baby mama. No, black men. What is that?
There's 40. There's how many black people in it? How many black people in the United States? 40, 42 million? Is that it? Yeah. So yeah, I think it's only like you guys are like 21 million or 22 million, and we're like 19.9 or something.
Okay.
But there are 700,000 of us in prison.
And slice that into half for homosexuals as well, for gay men.
Half of the black men are gay. Come on, Ratchet. Come on, man. No. My bad, yeah. 40, yeah, 40. I said 14. I flipped the numbers in my head. My bad. Yeah, so. Damn. Y'all crazy, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel. Yo, Nina. See, Nina be doing some other shit. Did you take your McDonald's outfit off yet? Your uniform? If so, I'm gonna drop the link for you. Let me know. Why did I assume she work at McDonald's? That ain't right.
It ain't right. You are not right.
And strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper. This is not regular Dr. Pepper, okay?
That's a terrible one.
Wait, what?
Damn, man.
Strawberries and cream.
10,000 subscribers. That's good.
Hey.
Let me ask y'all this question. All right, let's get to it. How much are men at fault? I said percentage, but you could just answer. All right, well, first, let me ask a question. Do you think men are at fault? What does the poll say? Let me check. The poll says 80% no, men are not at fault for the rise of single women. What do you guys think?
I would say that it's at least like definitely 70% women. Just to your point that you were making earlier, Hamp, I just think that in my experience, we need to be more strategic in the environments we put ourselves in to meet these guys. And yeah, because I've picked poorly and not settling, but sometimes, you want to relax your standards and give guys a chance. And it just doesn't work out. So yeah, I think we just need to be more strategic overall. But it's mostly our fault, unfortunately, because sometimes it's a choice. They want to be single.
Okay. Okay. They said unpopular truth of the $2. This is relevant before we get too far. He's saying y'all made excuses for Bunny's behavior. Damn. What you think, Ratchet? Are men responsible for the rise in single women?
Absolutely not.
No? So what is it? Tay said it's bad choices. But she said are women relaxing their standards, or are standards remaining the same even though we're not having great success?
I don't know, but I feel like even when I don't believe, okay, so speaking on all women, I just feel like, no, I feel like men probably share probably 10% of fault, like I said, the wolves in sheep clothing. But majority, I think majority of it is us.
Okay. Like, give me one reason why it's majority of you guys. Just one.
Okay. And I might get some backlash for this, but when it comes to leaving relationships and stuff like that, so you make yourself, I guess you're not supposed to stay when you're miserable, but a woman is more likely to leave faster, which ultimately makes her single again, right? So in that aspect, also, just like you said, in choosing and choosing a mate. I don't know. I think those are the two things that, I guess, because you have to meet somebody, have a baby, and then leave them ultimately, right? To be single. I mean, they could leave you, but you still chose that person. So I don't know. I just no matter how I flip it, outside of the guys that are con artists and that really go out their way to manipulate women, since we're using that word today, I think it's 90% our fault.
Damn. Dana, what you think?
My knee-jerk reaction is to say, of course y'all are motherfucking responsible. But thinking about it, dating is weird. Dating is ghetto. It is like, nobody has the answers. Nobody has the shit figured out. And I don't think that men are more accountable than women are for shit not going right. Right? Okay. So, but along those lines, I do also feel like within this specific, geographic location that I'm in the DC, Baltimore metropolitan area, it's very easy for men to remain single and to be a lot more choosy. And so I think that they sometimes take advantage of that. And I think the same is true in other areas, but I can only speak to, where I've been for the last 20 years. So it is a thing. So there is a lot less care and a lot less caution applied to dating and to selecting mates. And it's just very easy to be single. It's very easy. This is not a place that encourages monogamy. So there is a small factor, but at the end of the day, if somebody wants to be in a relationship, if they want to settle down, then that's what they'll do. So I'm not going to place even the majority of the blame on men. It's just a small factor that needs to be considered, but overarchingly, no, we're all responsible for ourselves and our actions and the decisions that we make, because none of us if women didn't want to be single, we wouldn't be. I don't have to be single if I don't want to be.
Let me read these real quick. Mike Brown with the $5. I'm a 4 on a good day. Responding to your idea of Tay and Dana saying it was shocking at first to be called average.
All right, Mike Brown. I love you so much.
Some people, I'd be surprised they be shocked when I say that. I'm like, nigga, You must have all the glass mirrors broken in your house. Tatum 32 with the $2. Shout out to you and the crew for passing 10K. Real shit. I'm gonna drop this link. See if anybody want to have a conversation. I think it's been relatively civil. I mean, of course, Ratchet wilded out a little bit with some of her commentary, but if she doesn't, I gotta check on her because something would be wrong. You know what I mean? So shout out to her. I just dropped the link. Somebody want to come up and have a conversation. Let me ask this question. Are you guys open to dating? Well, I ain't asking Tay. She think love is cool in all forms. Some shit she say. You guys date outside your race?
No, I don't.
Ratchet?
I have before.
You open to it though? You think it's cool?
Do I care if other people do it? No. If I ain't gonna put that out there. Hypothetically speaking, if I was out there and available, I wouldn't be opposed to it. You want to know why?
Why? Money?
No, it's not even that. So I was in a relationship with a Latino for a couple of years. And I casually dated a guy from the UK. And I'm gonna put all black men in a bucket. So Jamaicans, Africans, and all of that, all black men in a bucket.
Okay.
When it comes to affection, emotion, chivalry, and just ideally just really, really like that, like all over, like really caring and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout my life, I feel like maybe I just met those two right guys, or I guess whatever, at that time I wasn't serious. But I just feel like culturally and ethnic wise, it's just a different way that those people treat their women. And
Ratchet, are you saying that they treat women better than black men do?
I think Latino men definitely do.
Huh?
That's just my experience. That's just my opinion, honestly. Like, maybe for other people it may have been different, but I can honestly say, even if you're not even in a serious relationship with one and you're just talking, they're just generally, I don't know. I don't want to say they're better than black men, but they will treat you better, definitely. And that's just my experience. Now, I love all black men, right? When I put them all in a bucket, but then I also have to put in there that culturally, certain cultures, depending on what you're looking for, might treat you better. Like African men, for instance, when it comes to the black bucket. African men, generally, to me, even though it could be physical, depending on what you're looking for, I feel like overall, just certain cultures, certain ethnicities, they treat their women. They were raised, okay? They were raised to treat their women differently.
Ratchet, you say that though because you African, so they respond to you differently, I feel, than they do like Black Americans.
Hey, Dana, nobody.
What?
Upon meeting me, girl, let me tell you why I went off the other day, right?
Come on,
I went off the other day because upon meeting me, they don't, unless I say I'm African, they treat me just, and I see the disparity, right? Yeah. I see the disparity in how Africans treat African or Black Americans and vice versa, right? So growing up in this American culture, in this society, but also being African and growing up in that culture as well. I don't have an accent, but they definitely treat me wrong. So, when it comes to African men, when I meet, let's say I met one at the club, right? And I'm talking to them, I can tell how it changes once I say I'm African. You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah, I hear you.
That's why I'm like, okay, but I agree with what you're saying. My experience with African men, when they know that I'm African, you're right, completely different. So
I hear you.
It's interesting. It's very.
Black America was popping. What up, though? Caesar Palace with the $5. How many women have had at least one marriage proposal or left their husband? How many chances do you guys think you get? Men will be fine. Nina, what's up? How you? You on mute?
Baby.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here.
You on mute? You on
Nina,
mute?
you're muted.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Oh, my bad. Hemp, I can't believe you tried to play me and say I worked at McDonald's. I've never worked at McDonald's.
I thought I saw a hat in the background.
No, you thought wrong. So what's going on, guys?
Everything's everything.
Hi,
man.
baby. Good to see you again.
Oh, it's so good to see all of you guys. You're all my friends in my head.
We see you in the chat holding it down. We love you so much, Nina.
You holding it down in the chat.
Absolutely.
So, Nina, what you think? Would black women have an easier time dating outside their race?
Oh, okay. Okay, so I've never dated outside my race, although I've been thinking maybe I should be more open to it. But one of my fears is how people fetishize black men and black women. So, I mean, I've seen situations where black women have tried to go over to the other side, and it was a situation where they didn't realize that they were with racist men and they were being fetishized until they saw a text thread where they were being called the N-word. So I kind of fear being in that situation. So I don't know.
No, there was a football player out of Seattle. He was a lineman. So I don't know if you guys know about football, but linemen are generally the biggest men on the football field. And it's not close. But he was an offensive lineman. They're bigger than defensive linemen. So he probably 6'5", maybe 6'6", 340, 20, 30, 40 pounds, right? And they're athletic though. Like they can move, So he beat up his black girlfriend, called her a nigger. They lived together and all that stuff. Just to your point, he played for Seattle. I forget his name though. But that's
exactly what I'm talking about.
That's interesting.
But the funny thing is, lately, every time I see a black woman out, like literally not even 9 out of 10, 10 out of the 10 black women that I've been seeing out have been with non-black men. I haven't seen any couples, and I'm from Chicago. I have not seen any black women with black men in probably months. It's crazy.
Nina, are you in Chicago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn. So now, Nina, I gotta hold you a little bit to the fire now. Have you been considering? You ever bought a new car and you see that car everywhere?
Yeah.
Are you considering white men and now you just seeing it all over the place?
Oh no, honestly, the only reason why, good question. Actually, the only reason why I've become more open to it now is because I just haven't had the best dating life in general. So I kind of feel like, what do I have to lose? I might as well start dating outside. I might as well start being open to dating outside my race. But I mean, the bitter truth is I don't think there's anything more attractive than a black man. Me personally, I think it's just a certain sex appeal and strength that a black man exudes that no other kind of man exudes for me personally. It's just a certain royalty and regalness that a black man has. Like when a black man walks in a room, it's like you just command the room. You know, like I could be open to dating outside my race, but I don't know if I could ever love another race. I know that sounds so bad. I don't know if I could actually like marry a man that's not a black man. I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
See, we got to get off that. You said it sounds bad to say that, but you're just saying what the truth is. I feel like the world's so safe these days. People don't want to offend nobody. And people think they have the right to get offended about everything. Like, you don't have the right to get offended about everything. If a black woman says she prefers black men, that shouldn't be offensive to anybody.
That's true.
You know? Not to go off on a rant, but you know what I mean? What you think about this, Tay? Caesar's Palace with the $2. Black women don't get to pick other races. Men still choose.
Caesar's Palace got a point. But I agree with Nina in terms of, like, I do want black love. I'm not gonna lie, but at this point in my dating life, like I'm open to it. But I want me a black man. I do. It's something about a black man, and I just want to have, build a legacy build a family with a black man.
Man, Dana, would you ever?
Nah, that's not my flavor.
You don't like milk in your coffee?
Nah, that's not my flavor.
Why not?
I don't. If I'm being completely honest with you, I'm not attracted to people who aren't black. I don't know if that's like a surrounding thing, a heritage thing, a genetic thing. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I'm only attracted to black men. I don't want to. I am lactose intolerant. I only want. Tage said it best. There's nothing in this world like a black man walking this fucking earth, honey. Okay, I don't want anything else. I don't want the substitute. I don't want the imposter. I don't want the interpretation or whatever. I want what I know, and more importantly, because I do want to have children. You can't. To contradict Russell's point that he made last week, like, you can't learn every fucking thing. Some things you just experience, and you can't teach things unless you've experienced some things, unless you've experienced them. So if I have a little black boy, there's not a white man walking this earth who could tell my little black boy what it's like to be a black man walking this earth, or to be a black woman, a black girl, and how she should be treated and how the world looks at her. This shit, it's just different. It hits differently. There's a relation. There's just a familiarity. It's just I don't want that. I don't want nothing else.
Dana, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you prefer to raise that little black boy without a partner versus a white partner, or a Latino, or a Chinese, or a Pakistani partner?
That's a very interesting question, and something that I've actually thought about more recently as I'm getting older, because I'm very I was starting to get comfortable with the idea of not having any children at all, because I'm 38, and but I also have decided that I want to have a child at some point, even if it's an adopted child, because I want somebody to take care of me when I get old. That's important.
Wow.
That shit, you wowing me, but that shit is really fucking important. It's a conversation. It's really a conversation. But along those lines, if I were to adopt a child, or if I were to decide to go into single motherhood, I would not choose a boy. I would raise a girl.
Okay. Because I see a lot of women, as black women get older, we're getting, the fact of black women being single, and I'm like, okay, would you rather be single for the rest of your life chasing black men, which in this climate, I mean, look at the climate right now, or would you open up your spectrum to see if maybe your soulmate may be the opposite color of you? So I just was wondering.
No, I appreciate that, and that's a valid question for sure.
Dana.
Honestly, sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead, Nina. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I honestly worry, like, if I were to be with somebody that is not black, but they understand me I don't think anybody could understand me more than a black man because we have the same plight and the same struggles. You know, it's hard being black. And that's just a certain plight that somebody that's not black, they just won't get it. Going to work is hard being black. You deal with microaggressions. You know, it's just, we deal with racism on a day-to-day basis, and just like being able to connect on that level with somebody else like you means a lot, because you just automatically get each other. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. You have a similar plight.
Exactly. And it's like, if you come home, oh, I'm sorry, Hemp, go on.
No, I want you to finish. True, what's popping? John the Baptist with the $5. Dana quoting Heavy D. Black coffee, no sugar, no cream. Go ahead.
Goddamn right, John the Baptist.
Yeah.
Black ass man, black ashy ass babies. That's what I want. Okay. Not ashy, black. Whatever. That's a movie quote, but go ahead.
Well, I wanted to ask real quick, Nina, and I'm gonna get True in too. Real quick, I just want to ask, Nina, if you could appeal to black men right here, right now, what would you tell them?
If I could appeal to them? You mean as far as like showing them why black women are worthy?
Yeah, you got the solo screen. Go ahead. Tell these men what it is. Appeal to them. Go ahead. Let me hear it. Put the water bottle down. Okay.
Honestly, without overthinking, because I'm an overthinker,
That's true.
think that black women are just, I think we're royalty. You know, I mean, everything came from us.
What? You know, I said appeal to black men.
Wait, what are you asking me to do? Are you asking me to basically tell them why we're worthy of being chosen by them?
Yeah, say, why you here for them? Why you want to be with a black man so
why
so
do
much?
I want to be? Okay, gotcha.
And your two greatest attributes that make you a worthy. I don't use the word queen at all, but for the sake of the conversation, queen to that king, and I hate those type of terms. But it just
Gotcha. Okay, well, for me,
you want the big screen?
Whatever you feel is best. Well, for me specifically, I'm actually very personable, very down to earth. Like, you can kick it with me and you can pray with me. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. Like, I'm kind of like one of the guys. Like, I could watch sports with you, and we can go to church, and your mom would love me. It's like the perfect balance.
Shit like that.
Okay. And what makes black men so special?
Honestly, I think just black men just exude a strength that no other man on the face of this earth exudes. Black men, their strength is so evident that it's intimidating, which is where I think racism comes from. But that's a whole nother story. Like, the world is just intimidated by your strength and your beauty. And you guys are just, you're conquerors. You're more than a conqueror. I just think there's nothing more beautiful than a black man. You're king.
No doubt.
Shit like that.
True.
How was that, Hemp? How was that?
That was pretty good. Everybody else think about what they're gonna say when I click.
It was sincere.
Hey, you did pretty good. You set the bar high. When I click on one of these other niggas, they gotta top that. So we're gonna see. True, what's good, man? Welcome. What's popping, bro? You got a question, comment, or smoke?
You know what? I'm just gonna observe right now. You guys have me dying in the chat. A lot was said. Congratulations on the growth, though.
No doubt.
I guess I'll comment. I think a lot of things are said, but I think we got to be honest. Some of the things that the ladies even said and accused other people of doing, other races of doing, black women do to black men. Fetishize. The fact that I think Ratchet was talking about the emotional experience she had with a Latin man. I believe overwhelmingly most black men are actually very in tune with their emotions, but they're socialized in their youth not to be, because that's not what overwhelmingly, Black women respond to. So some of the things I was kind of confused is like, you say one thing but respond to another. You say you want this, and then you'll channel outside the race to get it. But then when it's done, we get static about it. So I kind of a little bit confused on that part. And then I honestly don't understand what Black love means. If anybody could explain it to me, I would love to be educated. And I digress.
Anybody can answer or respond to a comment?
Yeah, I got something to say. Good evening. My glasses on. True.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening. I don't know that it's possible for Black women to fetishize Black men. That's kind of like saying it's possible for Black people to be racist to Black people. I think it's more of like adoration. We acknowledge, we love, we respect, we adore who you are, but that's not a fetish per se. It's not fulfilling any specific fantasy, because that's you are me and I am you, and that's who we are. Like, we come from the same place, we come from the same experiences, and not obviously identical experiences, but we relate to one another. So for me to fetishize, am I saying that correctly? Yeah. Fetishize over you. That's just that's a very bizarre concept to me. So I don't know if you can maybe expound a little bit more on that, or just kind of if you have, I don't know, give me something else, because that's just what to say.
What I would.
No, you're right, Dana, because Black women can't fetishize Black men. Women of other races fetishize Black men. Yeah,
right. I disagree from the standpoint that if I understand what fetishizing is, it is placing a high regard, more so, and correct me if I'm wrong, when I believe Black women are talking about other races fetishizing us, it's mostly sexual. And that's what I've heard throughout my entire life. They don't particularly say, they'll go on record and say they don't care about you, they can't love you, they don't know you. But if you talk to Black women and you even ask them, what is it that a Black man really gives you? They hyper focus on the sexual aspect, the physical aspect. They don't talk about the soul. They don't talk about the character, because the men that exemplify those characteristics are not popular with Black women. What is popular with Black women seems to be more on the physical, sexual side. So I don't believe that that's true on what you're saying. I think Black women overwhelmingly fetishize Black men. And that's okay. I think that's okay. But to say that the other races only do it, I think you guys are guilty of the same.
Go ahead, Nina.
Sorry. Go on. No, so true. I totally understand like where your thought process is. Like I get why you think that, but like it's literally impossible for us to fetishize you, because like we're the same race and we come from the same background. The reason why other races fetishize Blacks is because we're exotic to them.
Perceived to be exotic. Yeah.
So I hope that gives you a little bit of clarity, but I get where your thought process is though. It makes sense. Yeah, you're welcome.
But true also, and I don't mean no offense, I'm being nice today. Are they fetishizing you, or like Black men in general? Like are people saying this about you? And that's not, I mean, they could. I'm not trying to offend.
I don't know that. I don't know what tone you're trying to use right now. You know that tone.
I'm on my best behavior tonight. Okay.
Now you're doing good.
I've seen you before. I'm on my best behavior. I'm not coming for you, but I'm asking.
Not the cap.
Whatever. Are they saying this about you, or is this just a feeling that you have, like generally, for Black men, and you're speaking for Black men? Is this true, or is this a Black men thing?
When you say they, who are we referring to?
The women who you think fetishize Black men. Are you speaking for Black men in general, or are you speaking for you?
Well, that's what I'm trying
fetishizing you.
I'm trying to be clear. Are you referring to Black women? Or are you referring to other nationalities?
No. Black women.
Black women. Sure. No, I'm referring to just observation and, over time talking to women, Black women. Me particularly, I don't believe Black women fetishize me. I'll be honest. I don't tend to do too well actually with my community for whatever reason. But I believe that comes a lot because of the fact that I don't exemplify whatever that is to be the fetishized component. You know, I use too many words. You know, I read and whatnot. So I don't know. It's interesting, but when you'll see what. And so that's why
leaders are readers. Leaders are readers.
I agree, Nina. I definitely agree. But I've heard that. I've heard that, you know, term a lot. You know, oh, well, why would you date someone outside your race? They only want you for one thing. And I'm like, that's interesting because Black women overwhelmingly talk about the sexual prowess that is Black men, or at least the assumed sexual prowess. So I'm like, how can you go ahead?
I was going to say, I recall speaking with you before. You just said something that just jogged my memory a little bit. You're short, right?
I'm 5'8", so maybe an inch smaller than you. So average height, you know. Once you start that, you gotta do some statistics.
Baby, I'm average height for a man. You are nuts, but that's okay.
Well, I can live with it.
I just want in context, not throwing insults. Yeah. Swear to God. Who's
not
next?
Offended. Not offended.
So, damn. Okay. So, True, are you saying like the other races fetishize you the same way as you saying Black women fetishize like other Black men though?
I'm saying that I don't believe, just based on what I've observed and experienced, that other races are fetishizing Black men in the way that Black women are conveying it. I think that if you find a woman, and maybe not in all cases, but in a lot, if she's willing to date Black men, you have to look at the class of that woman too. Because a lot of times there's this assumption that Black men just date out, especially when they're successful. But what they don't ever talk about is to date outside your race requires that man to actually be very developed, because other nationalities don't F with Black people on a global scale like you guys think they do, especially Black men. In order to, assimilate yourself into the culture, you got to be very open-minded. You have to be educated 9 times out of 10, well-spoken, and usually come from a very good family. So Pookie and them can't just go date out. And if he is, it's the lowest level of that woman. Like they don't tend to get the highest class of that race, if that makes sense.
I gotta give you a hand clap, brother.
Oh, well, thank you. But
speaking that,
let me get these super chats real quick. That's interesting. I feel like they'll let them smash, but they not gonna marry him per se, because I feel like they'll give up them cheeks though. I feel like, based on, I watched, y'all seen Life? That nigga couldn't talk, but he was clapping that ass though. Mike Brown with the $5 super chat. Still perpetuating. All he can do is bat and mumble. Mike Brown with the $5. Still perpetuating a broken family while still knowing the stats of single mother-led families. That was a while ago. Black America with the $2. 4% for decades. We want you. They don't get real. True Impact with the $10. Can somebody read this? I don't say shit like all.
Aw, I love what she said. He must have been talking about me. What a guy.
No, she's talking about Nina.
What a girl. I love her.
Black America with the $2. Nerdy, too short, no bread, talk white. God damn.
Wow.
What is what did True do to deserve that?
I'm not complaining. Trust me. That's why sometimes these topics are interesting, because our community overwhelmingly does no research. They don't. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Dana. Go ahead.
No, I'm to your point. Like, I didn't like the point that you made earlier about how you are well read, and so Black women don't fuck with you, or they're not interested in you. But that comment just kind of perpetuated what you were already saying, and I hate that for us. I hate that for you. I hate all of that. Like, there's not such a thing as talking white. That shit is so fucking stupid.
No, I totally
That's crazy.
agree.
I haven't heard anybody say that since like the 90s. Talking right, like we're adults.
I thought you were being sarcastic.
I agree with you, but no, I said it from a standpoint. This again, I'm not complaining. It is what it is. I think that we don't realize, and I think Ratchet touched on it earlier. There is class even within our community. Like everybody thinks just because you're black, everybody the same. Everybody not the same. Just because you're black does not mean that you're eating from the same pool of information or you're striving for the same thing. Like that's a misconception. I think that's unfortunately why we tend to not even mix well, because you got ghetto class of people and then you got collegiate class of people and they black. And it's like, they don't necessarily mix. And you got to understand this. So I might not understand your struggle per se, like I think Nina said.
Let me ask you a question, True. I don't really have that much experience like with like women outside of my race. I mean, sexually, yeah, but like not like for anything more than that. I never even kissed a woman that wasn't black. That's crazy. Yeah, you can get some cheeks, but that's it. So, real shit, Rats. I'm not kissing everybody. You kiss everybody, niggas? You crazy? Oh, all right. I'm just saying, man. Y'all novices, stop kissing. Man, now I lost my train of thought talking shit. Hold on a second. Unpopular truth with the $2. Dana never fails to disrespect black men. It never fails. Damn, I had a great question.
You were talking about how you haven't like other races.
Yeah, but
you was talking about relationships. I'm thinking maybe you was asking about the dynamics of the relationship being with someone outside of your race.
And you made a comment about saying they'll smash you, but they won't take you seriously.
Yeah.
I know the last thing you said was you never dated anybody outside your race and you've never kissed anybody outside your race.
Britt said I'm capping.
Yeah, well,
Britt, I don't kiss, man. Kissing is for suckers. If you kiss her, she think you like her.
Can I ask him a question while you thinking?
Yeah, go ahead.
What is it? With dating outside of your race, have you ever felt like they didn't understand your struggle? Like speaking to what the ladies were talking about, like as far as being a female, dating someone outside your race, they were saying that they don't feel like that person would understand their struggle. When you're dating outside of your race, do you feel like, and I don't know if you only date Caucasians or Latinos, but let's just say Caucasians, for instance. Have there ever been a moment throughout your life with dating them that you ever thought that, hey, you don't really understand me?
I'll try to answer it two ways. I've never really dated Caucasians, so you can kind of cancel them out, but they don't understand me from, I guess, what struggle per se, but I would argue that I don't think black women do either. In most cases, like black men and black women go through very different experiences. No matter what you guys experience, it is still completely different. I think Nina touched on it a moment ago and said, when we walk in a room, we absorb a certain amount of attention, and that usually is an intimidating factor. That's not the same with black women. So I haven't had that challenge. In most cases, the women I've dated are very cultured. And what I have found, because I was raised in a spiritual household, a lot of these things align. Like a lot of spirituality and culture is almost the same. You know, respect your elders, good family values, all those things that are universal. That doesn't matter about your color. Now, will they understand maybe comedy? Sometimes I have to explain why Martin said what he said and what, saying Tommy ain't got no job. But that's not really building a relationship, and I think that's where people are kind of simple. Like, yeah, sometimes it's goofy. It's like, Tommy, you ain't got no job. And she's like, Tommy, who's Tommy? And you're like, oh, let me run this back. Let me show you who this is.
That gotta suck though, bro. I couldn't explain every fucking thing all the time. I feel like that's gonna require. It's gonna be not like you said. It's a superficial disconnect, right? It's not that deep, but it's a disconnect nonetheless. And it's already difficult enough trying to combine with a person. What I wanted to ask was, I think black women have a requirement of like and I could be wrong. I just feel like this. It could be my experience though, to be fair. Like toughness. Like you gotta have an element to you. I think black women prefer like an element of like intelligence, but also like if you need to get dirty, you can get dirty. Do other culture, like, do other women have that?
Yes, but they have it where it's more elevated. They don't experience a lot of the dysfunction that we do. You won't regularly see them being attracted to very rah-rah type behavior. So you can be a man and handle your business, but not be throwing dudes across the room, cursing and yelling across from each other. They don't tend to respond to that. They like men to move as men. And if you be around enough men that aren't black, you'll see the difference, that they're extremely masculine, but they're not rah loud with it. It's way different. Like, they'll say things like, okay, I'm gonna make a call and get things shut down, or just, hey man, you don't got to do that, relax. But it's very different. I think depending on the black woman you're dealing with, you may have to assert yourself in a way that she recognizes the toughness that you're referring to, and it looks unrecognizable if it's outside of her wheelhouse.
I don't like that. I don't like that, because that presents an assumption that black women are attracted to we expect black men to just be out of pocket in situations. Like, we're not just it's so multifaceted, because we don't see you that way. I hate that society sees y'all that way, but we also aren't attracted to that. So it's not that we think that you guys are out of pocket and we're not attracted to y'all being out of pocket. Like, so for you to assert yourself in a situation, that doesn't mean that you're gonna get rah-rah, that you're gonna like be doing the most or whatever. Like, we don't expect that from you, and we're not attracted to that. So I don't like that stigma exists in this particular example, but that's not the conversation. So I digress.
Let me get these in real quick. Hold on, True, 1 second. Teaser Palace with the $5. Where do you get your stats from that black men only get low class other races of women? This is crazy. True, you talking about things you don't know. True Impact with the $10. True, let the cat out the bag on black men acting as though they can get other races of women. Tell us more, True. All right, hold on, I got a few more. Hank the Basement. Hank was popping with the $2. I see Dana being Dana. Ratchet is acting ratchet. Black America with the $5. I wasn't talking bad about him. Dana just called him short and ugly. I'm the average height for a man. Just dissed him hard. Oh, that's what he was saying.
No, those are just facts. I am. That's not a flex.
What, being tall?
I didn't take that personally.
The fact that I'm average height for a man is not a flex. It's just a fact.
Damn, man. Now, True. How do you deal with when they let the dogs lick their face and shit like that?
I don't. That's an assumption. Nah, that's an assumption. They don't.
Hold on now, True. Now the girl had a dog in the bed.
Shit, no.
Girl, hold on.
I actually saw a black guy let a dog lick him in his mouth, and that was a shocker.
Yeah, but you was outside. You was outside a mental place. Yeah, you was outside of a mental institution. That don't count.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to respond to that.
Yeah, you can respond, but hold on now. You had a girl that had a dog in her bed now.
Yeah, I told you the story about that. I never made it out to see her.
Wow.
That's where the disconnect was, because she was too close to the animals, and I wasn't gonna deal with that. So yeah, that's why it never worked out. I never got on a plane.
Look at Barnabas.
Wait.
Is the resident white guy we have. He said it builds community. Nina, go ahead.
Hi, Barney. Wait.
Go ahead, Nina. Then I gotta. All right, so let me just give y'all a sequence real quick. So Nina could go. True, you could respond to when that comment. Then I'm gonna get John in. All right.
I just have a quick question. How small was the dog? Because if the dog was on top of the cover and like small and cute and cuddly, then that's acceptable. But if he's like,
get her out of here, man. That is not acceptable.
If he's cute and clean and he's like on top.
Still talking?
I'm sorry.
Yo. No, bro. That is not acceptable. Where'd True go? I'm not gonna.
Nina, I agree with you.
Right? A little cute, like a heavenly.
Y'all are sick. Y'all are sick. Where'd True go? True, come back. You still got to respond to the thing. He might have dropped out and he had bad service.
True, come back.
I got you, True. John, what's popping? John, you got question, comment, or smoke, John?
I'm not coming with any smoke at all. I'm not gonna do no smoke. I guess just a question.
Stop the cap.
Go ahead.
First of all, hey, how you doing? My bad. How you doing? And,
what's popping?
Everybody, and what's going on? Everybody on kind of the night. So my question is this though. So dealing with men, do women actually like? And this is a true question. Do women actually like? I guess what they call like the hyper stereotype of a black man, or do they want the black man that's actually like traditional?
Ask it one more time, John.
Do women want hyper sexual or hyper aggressive, or do they want traditional men, black men?
I think it depends on the woman and like what that person is looking
In
for.
general,
Yeah.
just in general.
Oh, in general?
Mm-hmm.
I hate those kinds of questions because I feel like I'm speaking for a majority of other people, and I can't really speak for what everybody else wants. I know that sounds like a cop-out answer.
Yeah, I'm about to put you in the back. Yeah.
Don't put me in the back. Okay. Well, for me personally, I like a traditional man. I want a balanced man. I want somebody that's traditional, but I also want somebody that I'm aligned with in other facets as well. I don't want somebody overly aggressive. I want somebody that is a protector, but is also a provider, somebody that has something to lose. So they're not going to be, all rah-rah all the time. I think most women would want that. They would want something that's a bit more balanced like that. I mean, I don't know. I would think that's what most women want.
Well, I made a comment before, and somebody else can answer John's question, that women prefer toxic men.
I don't want toxic
That's a better way of
men.
framing it. I think that's probably a better way of framing it the way I did it.
At this big old age, no, I can't.
Nina,
have a
how old are
toxic
you?
man. Guess. I'll give you 3 tries.
30.
Nope.
No, she said like 30, 31,
She said
33.
big
Higher.
age. She said big
Higher.
age. She said big age. So because she said big age, I'm gonna go 41.
What?
No, she's in her 30s. She's under
She
35.
said she said it. She said it. I won't go. Okay, all right.
Do you guys
She's
give
under
up?
35.
I'm
Yes.
34. I'm 34.
Okay, okay, all right. So you should have said big age again, because that big
John,
age
the
threw it
fact
off.
that you played me dirty, 41. Come
No,
on, man.
you said because you said big age.
No, I'm
You
just
said
playing
big
with
age.
you. I'm just playing with
I
you.
never would have guessed 41 if you said that.
Yeah, I'm just giving you a hard time.
So, John, if you had toxic men on one side, what was the other man?
Traditional.
He said traditional.
Traditional. If you could briefly define or quickly define that, what does that look like?
You asking me or the women?
You. So then I can ask them the question. Go ahead.
What would traditional look like?
Yeah.
Traditional man would be the one that would be leading a home, providing the provision, providing the vision for the family. Just the overall it's like the overall leader for the family.
Is he a little bit like, because let's make you know what I mean? We don't have to dramatize it, but is he more boring? Is he more boring than the toxic man?
Yeah, he's gonna be boring. He's gonna be consistent. He's gonna
Is he more consistent, more 9 to 5?
Correct. Yeah.
Y'all take that family drive to whatever the closest Six Flags is, as opposed to flying to Dubai once a year, shit like that.
You go on the Paramount, Six Flags. You going to the beach.
Mm-hmm.
You do Disney with it on there. That type of vacation. Maybe one vacation a year. You go on to maybe something part. Then one vacation, maybe going to visit family and relatives. That type of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So what's the preference?
And he's probably making about. We give $50,000 to $60,000 a year.
Okay, which is above average. Which is just doing all right, especially depending on where you live. And then we defined toxic a lot. We talked about that till we blew in the face. Do we need to define that?
Nah, we don't.
I think that's covered.
So now that y'all all
and one more sorry, and he's average height, which is 5'9", not it's 5'9", I think.
Okay,
all right, then I'm above average. What you want me to do?
No, I just said it earlier. It's 5'9" for average height.
You and him, so shut up.
You are.
And
but I make you
true.
But I make you feel small.
On this panel.
but I make you feel small though.
Unpopular truth. Please be taller than me.
I'm not.
Dana Mulatto say you 6'5". That's why.
I'm 5'9".
Whatever, man. I played number 5. I played the 5. You know I don't know the lingo because I said it wrong. But anyway.
Ghost Rider. Well, the 5 is the center, so you be right.
That's what I mean.
Ghost Rider with the,
Go ahead.
Yeah. Ghost Rider with the $10. Dana making a proclamation that she is average height for a man is cool. Yet earlier she took offense to being called average. You can't make this shit up. Oh.
You comparing apples and t-shirts. Apples and t-shirts. You comparing apples and t-shirts. They're not even close to being the same.
But I don't want to get away from. So you guys is old now. You know what I'm saying? So since all of y'all old, is the traditional man that John described becoming what, Ratchet? You ain't old yet? My bad. Is the traditional man coming more into focus? Does your age have something to do with that? Where somebody who's more consistent, settled, got some of that shit out of his system, is that more alluring than the exciting man, or you still want that shit too? Tay, you on mute? Go ahead.
Yeah. In this, in this big age, I do prefer a man that's traditional, the way that you guys, because I had a few questions in terms of like clarifying. We talking about vanilla but we just talking about regular, schmegular. I mean, I'm 5'1", so average height for a man is fine with me. He can make whatever, because as long as he can take care of himself, that's really all that matters. Because we're gonna use one pot anyway. And yeah, like I mean, I'm open to the traditional man, because of course in my younger years we wanted a little toxicity. It was exciting, but you can always spice some shit up with traditional, so I'm good with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, can I add to the caveat of the traditional man? Because Tay just said something that made me think about something else. He also, with the one pot, he controls the pot.
He controls what?
He controls the pot. So let's say he makes 60, but you make 100. He controls the 160.
What do you mean controls? Like he budgets it? Like he pays the bills, or he controls the budget?
He delegates how it's going to be spent.
I mean, honestly, budgeting is what I do to my 9 to 5. So I'd love for someone to take it off my hands. But again, that's still one pot. So I'm regardless.
Okay.
Idea. Yeah.
But you good with having an allowance though?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. You good with having an allowance?
What does that look like? What do you mean?
So you bring in, if you make 100,000, what's that per month? 8, 9, 9, 8?
About 9,000.
Right.
About 9,000 a month.
Yeah, like 9 G's a month. He delegating what you can and can't spend on shoes and makeup and all that other shit.
I'm good on that. I mean, I don't spend a whole lot of money on that stuff, no way. So I don't really think I'll have an issue. Yeah.
You're doing a lot of blinking though.
Because it would be nice. That's not my situation. So it would be great, to have someone.
So you good with saying, yo, I brought in $8,000. So $6,000 after taxes. Boom. It goes into account. He telling you what you can and cannot use. You good with that?
The bills paid, the household taken care of.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, what do I need?
Okay.
If I need things, then I have to ask. I'm good with asking. I mean, I don't really see the big deal.
Okay. Dana, are you cool with that? That's an interesting question.
My knee jerk is to say no, but I want you to ask the question again, so I'm clear.
Yeah. So one pot means all the money goes into one pot.
Unpopular truth. Mute yourself.
My bad.
I'm loving this data. Loving this data.
All money goes into one pot.
Yeah.
You might be making 100 grand. He making it 60.
Mhm.
So he's sustainable by himself. You are too, but you bringing in more money. All the money that goes into that one account, he delegates what happens to all those funds. So he might say, okay, the electricity bill went up a little bit this month. So now your allowance to buy whatever it is you want is 200 this month.
In a perfect world, I'm not a married person. I don't share. Unfortunately, I don't have another income in this fucking house. But if I did, in a perfect world, I would say all of our money goes to one pot. We take household expenses out, we take investments out, we take savings out, and whatever's left, we divide 50-50. You get your allowance, I get my allowance, and what's yours is mine, what's mine is yours.
Yeah, that's not the concept though. The concept is,
and I'm saying no, comma, this is what I would like.
Question. Reversed, he makes 100,000, you make 60, and he gave you allowance. Would that be more palatable?
It's the same scenario.
No, you making less money than him.
For me, it's the same scenario because at the end of the day,
Still everybody's money.
I'm sorry.
It's still everybody's money, regardless of who's making what.
Still everybody's money because at the end of the day, like sometimes, what happens if a motherfucker gets sick or gets laid off or like whatever? It's our money. All of it is our. Whatever I bring in is yours. Whatever you bring in is mine. That shit is 50-50 down the middle.
Is that really the real reality of it, though?
It would be for my house.
You know, because I know a lot of people, like for instance, my situation.
Say hello first before you come up here for me, okay? Say hello
Hi,
first.
Dana. I came up here because I missed you, Dana.
Hi, baby. How you doing?
Well, hold on. Because I want to get all right. Snowman's example is on par with this, but I still got to get True's response, and I got to get unpopular truth in. Snowman was popping. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, like, with my instance, obviously, a lot of you guys know that I'm a stay-at-home dad. Reason being is because I hurt my back when I was working in the foundry. I blew out my L4, L5. So instead of me trying to put myself in a wheelchair, my wife decided that she would chase the corporate, ladder and all that stuff where she works. She's been doing a good job. But with that being said, I'm the one that still runs my household. I'm the one that still runs all of our finances. My wife's check gets deposited in our account. I'm the one that makes sure all the bills are paid. I'm the one that makes sure that everything's taken care of. She doesn't take money out unless she asks me. And it's her money. She works for it. But the way she sees it is it's our money. Because before I hurt my back, I was the one who was putting in the hours and climbing the ladder to make all the money. She just went ahead and took that step because I couldn't do it no more. And she didn't want her kids' dad in a wheelchair.
I
you feel
agree
what I'm saying?
But do you also ask her, like, do you not even ask? Because I don't like the notion of asking for permission, but you guys consult one another. I would imagine
on big purchases, yes.
If you're taking out a significant sum of money from your joint finances, you're going to consult one another. So it's not mine, it's not yours, it's ours. And I'm going to tell you, this is what I want to do, and this is why I want to do it. And then you guys come to a consensus and whatever. But I feel like if it's out of, oh God, hey Barney.
So Dana.
Actually, what we got is we have like a $500.
I love that. Yes, John.
So Dana, you come to me, and you say, "Well, I want to spend $3,000 this month," and I say no. What happens? What do you say at that point?
Why?
Yeah, why am I asking you to spend $3,000? It would have to be there would have to be a reason.
You want to get LASIK?
No, that's not something I would take out of our joint finances because, again, in my perfect world, it's all of our money and then household finances, savings, investments, and then we split the rest for our individual pockets, right? So I would pay for that out of my individual pocket, and you don't have a say in that. What I do because that is my money. What we've agreed and is designated as my money, I can do whatever the fuck I want to with it. I can save it, I can spend it on LASIK or whatever.
So could I control how much you put into your personal account then? Could I limit to your personal account?
You can't limit shit. We can agree on what we're going to limit one another.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Dana, let me. You know I love you, right?
Go for it.
This is the formula isn't a winning one.
Okay.
Cause you tell that nigga, listen, nigga, you can't delegate shit. That
Right.
just you don't even want a dude that you could talk like that to. Not to say you would say it like that, but that you could demand or say, I'm not doing X, Y, and Z. You don't even want that type of dude. So when you get that type of dude who's agreeable to you to in that extent, you're gonna overrun him and put him in the bathroom.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
No man and I just agreed on the same structure of finances. That's not true. I don't have to overrun you. Again, we before anything is split, before anything is divided, before anything is spent, there's a discussion, there's a conversation, there's an agreement that's in place as to how we are choosing to handle our finances. This is the way that I would prefer it. But again, I'm not in a relationship with another person who I share finances with. I'm not married. So could it change or be altered? For sure, fine. But that's what I would see in a perfect world.
Dana, to what John the Baptist was saying, though, there are going to be instances where you guys can't agree, or you guys just blatantly aren't going to see eye to eye on it, and somebody has to be the person to make the final decision on something.
And I would expect you to do that. Shit. Right.
And I think that's what he was getting at for the most part. Are you going to let him lead and run the finances to actually be successful, or are you going to take the reins for it?
Contrary to popular belief, I have no problems with being submissive. I'm probably the most submissive motherfucker up here. I know you don't believe that shit, but I am.
Wow.
I
knew you was about to say that.
I knew it.
Dana needs somebody firm but sweet like me. I get you, Dana. You need somebody that can be firm with you.
Dana, you want to get married,
but he's
because it ain't working out so well.
All right.
Let's figure this shit out, girl.
Let me move this conversation around a little bit. I want to hear everybody's voices. True.
Yes, sir.
So, I don't think you got ratchet on that question.
I'm gonna go to her.
Okay.
I just had true. Would you? So you kind of sounded like, and I gotta be frank. Wow, hold on. Pause.
That's crazy. That was nuts.
I have to be upfront. Do black women fuck with you?
Honestly, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I don't tend to attract them like that. Like if they do, I'm not made aware of it. So I couldn't tell you. It's been a minute.
It's been that long?
Been that long? Yeah.
Damn.
It's been Yeah.
Damn. Now are you on some huggy bear shit now with somebody, or are you single?
You gotta explain that.
Is there a woman that you take personal? Like a woman that you dated, and if somebody else hit it, you would feel some type of way.
Nah, just dating. I wouldn't take it personal, it's time. But nobody permanent at the moment.
Okay. So, but all those women are of a different persuasion, but are they white, Latino?
No. Latin mix. One girl is Egyptian. That's the closest to, I guess, black, but the rest are Latin.
That's Persian or some shit.
She's Egyptian. She's from
Africa. But the Egyptians and the Moroccans are not black in the same sense, though.
I get you, but I mean, yeah, that's the closest. The rest they're from all over.
Okay, so they're exotic. How many white women in the stable? How many women in the stable?
At the moment, just 2.
Stable.
Yeah, at the moment.
Hey, listen, man. This is how men are talking.
They appreciate that. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, this is how we talk. You know, we talk about y'all in the locker room.
Yeah.
Like this. We go in the locker room at the gym.
I don't want to be in the locker room.
The last time they heard how we talk about him in the locker room, the president almost got impeached for it.
Yeah.
There was 4 a week ago. I got rid of 2, kept 2.
Okay.
So
now, if black women preferred you, would you prefer them?
I don't have no issue with black women. I really don't. I think
no. True. Don't tap for me. Don't tap.
All right.
Dan, if black women preferred you, would you prefer them? What you think?
Hard to say.
It's a no.
I think I can't now. I can't say that because it's been so.
Yes.
Well, it's been. I can tell you what has been my opposition is like.
True, you gotta give a yes or no. True, you gotta give a yes or no. True.
No, to make it concise.
Damn, brothers can't just give a yes or no answer. Come on.
I mean, I'm trying, but you know.
Wow. Now go in context. Give us
okay. I think that just what I've observed, there's just vast differences. Like I'll just be honest. One of the things that I know I would struggle with is the hair. Like that would be tough for me. Like
break it down.
That would be tough for me.
How it is.
Well,
like what?
I tend to only date girls that have very natural hair. Whether it's long or short, don't matter. But natural. If it's not, the multiple looks like throw me off. Like I've seen one girl look one way 1 week, and then a week later she looked completely different. That's for me. That's tough. That's
expensive too.
Well,
so
it just tends to throw me off. Like
so, you saying you don't prefer weave?
I definitely don't prefer weave, but I like to know what I'm getting into. Like if I see you and I'm most attracted to you, I'm already concerned. I'm like, I gotta see you without your modification, and that's tough for me. So
okay, so that's one facet. Okay, all right, cool. And where you at? You in Cali?
Right? So you could answer the question. You could answer the question and say, yes, I like black women, but I want my black woman to be a natural look, so I can know exactly what she looks like.
Well,
it does sound like in your answer that you were saying no. You just want to know what you're looking at, what you're dating. You don't want to be somebody totally different 180 the next day.
For sure. Yeah, that's accurate.
Black America with the 2000 that true to man. Black women say they want, but they don't. Unpopular truth was shaking. What you had? Question, comment, or smoke?
I ain't gonna have no smoke tonight. I know Dana was looking for me to have smoke with her. I ain't gonna do it like that tonight, but it just
Peaceful D.
Oh yeah, we good tonight. I've been at work. I ain't even do it. I wanted love earlier, but I couldn't. My internet was messing up. Oh, yeah. But from what they're saying, Black America, what they say about True, that's what they always say, that they want him, that type of man. Then when it comes to who they have, they always have the opposite. So now men are so confused when it comes to it that now he playing double dutch, trying to see which one they really want. They don't never make up their mind on which one they really want.
You're not
Barney, hold on, Dana, hold on. Barney is shaking his head. Let's see what Barney got. Barney, what do you disagree with?
This dude's acting like you can't change who you are. You are who you are. You don't wake up one day and be like, oh, let me be a whatever you're talking about, a big shot baller, shot caller, and the next day let me be like I don't know, some father. You are what you are. I mean, do you wake up and say like, okay, today I'm going to be Exhibit A, and tomorrow I'm going to be Exhibit B? And I disagree with you respectfully, of course. Did that make sense?
Who you talking? You talking the True, or you talking to
Barney? I came out of my mom's vagina being a Caucasian, trailer park, pookie.
Yeah, and you can't change that.
That's who I am.
Synthetic DNA. I get
That's how I'm going to be forever, man.
Yeah, but
that's what Barney said.
I'm wrong, Mr. Truth. It sounds like you're saying men don't know what women want, so they don't like. You almost like you're saying they have a choice whether they can be one way or another.
No, not the men.
Oh,
the men don't have a choice. Yeah, the men don't have a choice. What I'm saying is what they saying they want. They're having two different outcomes every time. You get what I'm saying? Okay. So now you saying you want how true described itself. That's what women say they want when they're talking on the screen. But when you see who they really have, it don't be the same person. They only have nowhere near close to what they saying that they want.
Truth, you really believe?
They don't want you.
No, I'm just no Truth. Let's keep it real. You're going to believe any of these women when they can't even tell you what they want for dinner half the time?
Oh yeah, I'm with you. I know. I'm just saying it. I'm just saying what they saying. I got you.
All right, let Dana, you wanted to get in? Go ahead real quick.
I just want to say,
I said it, like they just don't want you. Don't generalize men or women in our preferences. They just don't want you. You sound real butthurt right now.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
See, the thing is, like, when I come on here, you know, I don't really get a chance to really talk too much. So, you know how Hemp be saying how Hemp said he was in college, I was the same way. So, I really ain't never had no problem with the woman.
You ain't got no shit. I don't believe that shit. I don't believe that shit at all.
Why?
That's all cap.
Why you say that?
That's all because I'm looking at you.
So I'm ugly? I'm ugly?
Go ahead.
I'm asking. I want to know, because if that's what you're telling me.
You're not pulling in the pussy that you think that you're pulling in, that you're trying to convince us of. And you little.
Well, I'm married now, so I mean.
And you short. How tall are you?
5'9".
Make your point. Go ahead.
I already did. You said
he was 6, could he talk longer?
I will tell you that.
Go ahead.
See that this is another thing that happens every time somebody gets up here with you. You say something crazy to derail the whole thing that they were trying to say every time. What you just said had nothing to do with what I was saying. Then when I ask you, then you say no. You don't say nothing.
Baby, I'm asking you, what are you saying? What is your point? What are you saying?
I already made my point.
What is it?
That y'all don't know. Y'all be lying to everybody on screen, but doing something different behind the screen. So with you keep on saying you submissive. There's nowhere in the hell you submissive. Nobody believe that.
I do. I believe
I don't care what you believe. And I didn't keep on saying it. I said it one time. I'm not submissive to your ass. I would never be submissive to you.
I didn't say you were submissive to me. See? Again, there you go with it. There you go again. You doing that again. Every time you try to throw something up, I didn't say you had to be submissive to me.
Baby, I don't know what you want from me right now. Yes, I can be submissive.
No, I'm just making a statement. You keep trying to throw something in like
I can respond to your statement. No? Can I respond to your statement?
You just told me to go and make my point. Then as soon as I started talking, you started talking. So you submissive. You're not submissive just in general. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying in general. I'm not saying generally. I'm talking about to a man.
That's what I'm talking about to a man.
What are you saying? Okay.
Are you generally submissive to men? Are you generally submissive to men?
To men as a whole? Fuck no. No.
So that's what I just said, and you just said, like, I don't know what.
Single women shouldn't be submissive.
Hold on, let them finish the conversation.
Hold on, baby, I got it. But that's not to say that I can't be submissive, and that I have not been submissive, and I've not been taught to be submissive. I know what that is and what that looks like, and that's something that I'm okay with in my relationship. But I'm not going to be submissive to somebody who's going to lead me to nothing. You know?
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know somebody's going to lead you to nothing? So you say you 39, you 38.
38.
So
yeah.
When are you going to start to try to figure that out? If that's the case, because you always saying I'm not gonna do this, I'm not gonna do that. Then, like you say, you got 10,000. Congratulations on 10,000 to him. But 10,000 people watching. It can be somebody in here that you can get. You ain't no bad looking woman, but everything. That's what I'm saying. So what is your? You don't see what people be talking about? Dana, act different. Because people are looking at you, so when we see you right now, nobody's gonna want to talk to you.
First of all,
that's what I'm saying.
It's act differently. It's an adverb, number one. Number two, I don't have to be submissive, and I don't necessarily want anybody on this motherfucking panel. And the people that
not on the panel. I said the 10,000 people.
Let me talk, or you want to keep talking? Can I talk?
Because you keep saying stuff that I'm not saying. That's what I keep interrupting you.
Do you want me to respond to what you're saying?
Go ahead.
You want me to respond to what you're saying? Okay.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, I'm not interested in anybody who would be on this panel, or who would be in the comments, or who would be necessarily even watching this show. I have a real life outside of this shit. People like me in real life. And that's not to say like I'm pulling niggas left and right or whatever. I am, but I wasn't going to be braggadocious about it. The point is, I want to be in a relationship. I can be in a relationship. I am single because I don't like the same people who like me. I can be.
So you're not getting the men that you want, then, right?
I can be submissive to the right person, but you have to show me that you are the right person, and we have to come to an agreement that we are right for one another, for each other.
But how are you going to get there acting like you act before they even get to that point?
Because I know somebody who like it, bitch. That's how. That's how. I know a lot of people who like the fact that I'm sassy and talk crazy and talk shit and drink and cuss and whatever the fuck that you don't like. Whatever you don't like, somebody
But you
else
don't like them. You don't like them.
Somebody else like it. You don't.
Let me talk. Can I
Go
talk?
ahead.
Listen, Mr. Truth. She's just acting that way around us. But I saw her like last week. There was someone on that panel she wanted because she had makeup on, she had her big hoops, she was looking good, and she was
First
like,
of all, Hamp told us to put makeup on. I don't wear makeup.
no, I think because I saw like some men up there. I was like, oh,
If you
look at
think
Dana.
I was
She's stunting
too,
for
Barney,
someone.
just
I
say
know
that.
that you wanted someone up there. I wasn't.
Hey, you know what? You just said, Dana. That's proof that you submit because you submitted to Hamp in his request.
I would submit to Hamp. I always do. Whatever he says, it's nothing.
She submitted to the one she likes. Of course, if she was a Chinese dish, she'd be sweet and sour. You know, she's sour to us, but she's sweet to the right one. And she looked good. She
just sour to you till she gets to know you.
But hey, you got to think about it. She's still 38. So now when is she being sweet to somebody else?
And
she's sweet to good-looking men, not scrubs like us.
Who you calling a scrub?
You and me, bro. We in the same boat. Listen, she's.
I ain't in the same boat, y'all.
Dana's benefit. No woman should really be submissive to strange dudes. They should be feminine, but they shouldn't be submissive.
John, say it again. There was a lot going on. Say it again, John. What she said.
So to your point, and to the women on the panel, you shouldn't be submissive to every dude you meet. You should be feminine to every dude you meet, but not submissive. You should be submissive to the men that are person in your life, like your father and your husband or that type. Them only means you be submissive to.
You should be respectful.
Do they know the difference though?
I think that's the confusion. You're absolutely right. It's your opinion that I should be feminine to every man that I meet. I can't not be feminine because I'm a woman. So
that's not true. That's not true.
I was gonna say I've seen some women that act pretty masculine.
Yeah,
I don't have nothing to do with those women. I'm a woman and I'm.
I know that.
Okay.
I know that isn't you.
Well, I'm talking about you.
I got you.
I'm talking about you.
Well, I'm not even talking to you. Relax. I'm talking to John. Chill out.
Okay, go ahead. Talk to John.
The point that I'm making, John, is that you're absolutely right. We should not be submissive to every man that we meet because every man is not to be submitted to. So just because you're a man and you got a dick doesn't mean that I need to submit to you or that I need to like put you on a fucking pedestal or like treat you as if you're better than I am or smarter than I am or you can make better decisions than I am. Like you're not my person. You're somebody's person and that's cool for them, I guess, if whatever, but that's not my person. So the person that I'm going to submit to is the person that will have an agreement with me and we'll relate to one another. And there's not going to be any of these issues. And it certainly won't be anybody who subscribes to any fucking thing that Unpopular Truth says or his fucking do-rag. Next.
Well,
do you see yourself as a pet or something, Dana?
Women need to respect all men.
Do you see yourself as a pet? Because you referred to yourself as someone's person.
Did you say a pimp?
A pet. P-E-T, pet.
No, that's a reference from Grey's Anatomy. Sorry.
Yeah. It's also a reference from a cartoon about pets.
I'm referencing Grey's Anatomy. I don't know what the cartoon is.
I'm just saying. I've only heard that reference before, where people say that a pet is someone's person.
The reference was made like best friends. Like you're the person that I rely on the most. You're the person that I love the most. You're my confidant.
All right. Fuck friends. Okay. All right. Y'all killing me. See this palace with the $5. Why should black men take care of these older black women just so they can have a retirement plan in their old age? Black men, stop saving these ladies.
Wow. You're going to be taking care of them anyhow, man. You might as well start it now.
Hank, I got you. I can see you in the back. I got you. Hank with the $2. True Impact wants Ratchet's opinion on John's question. On which one? True Impact, what do you want her opinion on? Ratchet, you prefer the traditional man or the toxic man in your old age now?
Settle for the traditional man. and fantasize about the toxic man.
What the?
Man, you a whole
Wow.
Please, I'm honest.
You complain women aren't honest. You actually hear some
I
honesty.
love
It stings so
Ratchet.
bad.
I
You
love
gotta
Yeah,
shut it
man,
down.
that is honest, but that's crazy. How do you work that one out?
Damn. So how
The
does that
same
work?
way y'all settle and fantasize about other women. Like, what the fuck?
So what is that like? You're conservative man stroking, and you got your eyes closed thinking about the toxic man.
I mean, of course, I don't believe in being with anybody that you're ultimately not really attracted to. So you might be with that boring guy or whatever, and you know, sometimes when you're bored, you just fantasize. You don't act on your fantasies, but you fantasize. You know,
Like what? Like, man, I wish Tyrone came over.
not Tyrone though. Maybe like a Daquan or something.
She wants Darnell.
Is that fair? And don't say Darnell.
All right, let me stop playing. But yeah, no, I think you settle for the traditional man and fantasize about the toxic one. You always want to be with the man that's kind of like right for you that you don't want.
Or not right for you that you want.
Why do women always pass up on the right man all the
right
time?
for you. So for instance, when Dana was saying these guys like me, but I don't like them. I don't know about your specific situation, but sometimes those are the ideal guys. Those might be the truths of your life. You know what I'm saying? Like when he says that black women this is not a dig, y'all. But when he say that black women don't ultimately choose him, right? But he might be the perfect candidate for you, right? So if you find them attractive, because true, on face value, you are attractive, you might be short, but if you find them attractive, you start there. Okay, all right, he's the perfect husband, even though I want Daquan, like Daquan toxic, so I'm gonna settle for what's best for my future and just fantasize about Daquan, flicker here and there, you know?
Well, you can go get Daquan, get the shit out of my bed.
You
So him,
you don't say
you remember that conversation you had?
Go ahead, Jonathan. I gotta get Barnabas.
You remember that conversation you had two Tuesdays ago with 777 in Love? About, you know, she would be with that man, the everyday working man, but then 777 can get her.
Yeah.
That's what this conversation is right now. That's another example of what's actually happening right now.
John, can you say that again?
So we were having a conversation to the first risky midday, and 777 he be in the chat sometimes. He was talking sweet nothings to love, had her swooning, had her moist and shit like that. And he was saying that he toxic and that he only gonna smash. He gonna say whatever he can to smash. But she was saying like he would be a fun boy. She would have a husband, go on trips with him, shit like that. And essentially they end up leaving, ruining their relationships for the toxic man.
So are men not
picking up?
So are men not to believe that if they're quality, that even if they do get the woman, she's never truly really with you. She's probably just with you based on condition. I'm just curious.
Yeah,
you know,
that sounds like a sound wicked ratchet.
Is that the cold hard truth? Because
yes.
I'm asking.
Sometimes it feels that way, and I'm married.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yo, damn, like,
for me personally, I know y'all might think I'm capping, but I actually would prefer a nice.
Stop the cap.
Like, no, seriously, I feel like hear me out. In my perfect world, like there's somebody for me that's like cool but a little nerdy, likes to read like me, but like, you know, they're not a stranger to the hood. Like they can assimilate and be like a chameleon. We can go to different environments and just blend in. We can have fun and take trips.
Nina, that's the thing though. You want it all.
Yes.
Well, I don't want perfection. I know nothing's perfect.
No, you want it all though.
You want it all.
I mean, I want what I want. I don't know if that's I don't need perfection, but I'm just saying, like, I think that you could have somebody you're really attracted to, and like they not be perfect, but they still make you happy because they have like a majority of what you're looking for. Like nobody's gonna be perfect.
Hold on.
What you want, they haven't created in a lab yet.
Hold on.
Say that
You're
again?
doing it. You're actually doing it.
What am I
You're doing the same thing. So and this was weird about this conversation because you presented this feminine, and I'm not trying to talk negative at you, guys, just being direct. You presented this feminine, submissive woman, but then but your conversation is saying that I want this guy who's good for me, but also hood. I want him to be able. I want him. Go ahead, there.
No, I think you
nice.
I think you
said you want to be
misunderstood.
nice, be able to turn it on when when y'all go back to the hood. He got to be able to turn that on. He read books. He a little nerdy. That shit don't even go together.
Wait, can I be a little bit more clear? Cause y'all might not know this. I'm from the hood, like from the trenches. But you would never know, cause like I've lived on the north side. Like I went to high school in the burbs, but I'm from the hood. So like when I say go back to the hood, I mean like you can go to different environments to know how to handle yourself. You know, cause I'm from the hood, but I'm not ghetto. But I can blend in with anyone from anywhere because I've been in different walks of life. So I don't mean like be ghetto or rah, but I mean we can go to any environment and be able to blend in. That's all I meant.
Yeah, you want it all.
That's all, Nina. And then you said nice.
Look at it that way.
You said nice too. That's where you really threw yourself for a loop.
I mean, like pleasant. Like we can laugh, but I don't know.
You can't be nice. You can't be nice in the hood. You can't be nice in the hood.
That's facts.
You can't be too nice.
No, it's not
you
facts.
You
never lived in the hood. Shut
I don't know. Maybe
I don't know what you're talking about.
Shut up.
Dude, what are you talking about?
I'm just saying.
You think the only white dude that's ever lived around black people? You racist cracker.
Dude, I live in the hood.
Yeah, leave.
You can be nice out here. It's fine.
All I'm saying is
Barney live on the west, right, Barney?
No, you missed what I'm saying. You missed the point. When you can be in the day, you can be nice in the hood, but when hood situations pop off, you can't be nice.
Of course. I'm just saying, I feel like there's women out here that want a good guy that, like, we can be all into them. Like, why can't you find somebody that you're completely attracted to physically and it's not boring for you?
Right,
like, you could have...
Go ahead.
Let me just quickly answer. Nina, it doesn't exist. Okay? Especially when you add in the nice part. It's just not really a thing. You know what I mean? Like, I read a lot of books, but I also
don't break my heart, Hamp.
No, but I have to. I read a lot of books, but I also got a bad temper, and I don't really be fucking around that much, you know?
Right.
But I like to laugh until I stop laughing. And I'm not really that nice, but I'm kind, and I love the people that I care about. And it kind of stops there, you know? It's not gonna all come together. You know what I'm saying? So you just gotta understand. You want toxicity. That's what you actually want. But how long can you maintain it? And so since you can't maintain it because that's not you, you got to get with somebody like True. And I hate to keep using him as an example. He's a perfect example, though.
True doesn't want women that wear weave.
Stop wearing weave. That ain't the end of the road.
No.
Why wouldn't you want somebody that want you for you?
No, honestly, that's great. But Black women, we're very versatile when it comes to our hair. We like switching it up, which is exactly what True doesn't like. So the reason why Black women like wearing weave is because of the convenience.
Because you want it. Because you want it all. Because you want it all.
It takes too much work.
Blah blah blah.
They're protective hairstyles. What the bottom line is.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
But let me say this: if that's your man and that's who you're supposed to be attracting, why wouldn't you want to look like he wants you to look?
Right.
If you say that's who you want.
I feel like we should.
I'm gonna tell you why. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I feel like women should be able to be ourselves. Like, we have an identity before we get with someone, respectfully. So, I mean, I wear my natural hair. I'm wearing my natural hair on my profile pic, but I don't like to always wear my natural hair because it's just too much work.
Do you expect a man to stay himself, or do you expect him to mold a little bit and change to suit you in a relationship?
We can do both. We should still maintain our identities and still be able to, be adaptable.
All right, hold on. Let me read.
So, hold on.
Where is this mythical unicorn at she's looking for?
Yeah,
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
You got to come to Houston. True Impact with the $10. Problem is that Quan does not want you. Juice with the $5. Juice was popping. What's that? This
stack.
Yeah, this stacks right here. Wanted to give Nina this rose also. Barnes killing me with that simping tonic he's sipping on right now.
What have I been doing as simping? What did I say?
True Impact with the $10.
Presence is simpology.
Dude, I'm
$10
innocent
from True Impact.
so far.
She the typical church girl, undercover hoes. God damn. Now, Barney, I know John wanted to answer for her, and I'm gonna bring Pink up. Barney, why do they keep calling you a simp in the chat?
They're just hating. They're just trying to hold me back. Want to get me down. It's fun to make fun of me. I'm a good sport, I think, too. So it's fun.
We're trying to keep the liberal white man down.
I'm just wondering, what did Barney say though? I'm trying to identify what he said.
I don't think he said anything.
I don't think I said. I called Dana sweet and sour, but I call it sour.
Oh,
too.
that's what it is. That's what it is. Now you.
But you really are. I can see how you'd be really sweet to the right man, but then you're just like sour to
Barney.
Automatically,
you can see that.
You think, Barney, that can be turned on and off? Like you think the right man can trigger a woman to just instantly be submissive?
Of course.
Really?
He looks right, smells right, walks right, comes correct. Absolutely. Dana said she wants a one-night stand with Drake, so I bet Drake could do it easily.
That's not true.
Whoa, that is not what I said. This is on the internet. This is on Algorithm Internet.
I remember.
Dana, you did say you would smash.
I was
Drake.
a little let down on you.
I said a one-night stand with Drake.
Yes, you said you would smash Drake.
What was the question?
Would you smash Drake?
I don't remember what it was.
That was not the question.
You
were like,
so
hell
excited
yes,
about
I
it, you
would
just
fuck
offered
Drake.
it.
Yeah, you
No,
didn't
I did
hesitate,
not say
man.
that.
I was in the chat that day. You did not even hesitate.
You said it.
Was it like no? Y'all got me real fucked up because it was either would you smash Drake
No, they hit it.
or
No, they hit it. Got
would you eat sushi because I don't like seafood.
Look, you even lipped your lips and all that shit, man. Eyes rolled in the back of your head. He's like, hell yeah, I'd smash.
That's not even my style. That's not my.
I know. I was caught off guard because it wasn't typically Dana, man.
Y'all got me confused with the next person. I did not say that.
They ain't nobody got you confused. They ain't got you confused.
Man, I was confused because that isn't how you normally act. But that time it was like the switch went off in
You
your
don't
head.
have to run the tape back because I did not say that shit, and I'm not gonna believe it until you prove it. But that's not the point. Go ahead, go off, Barney.
No, I wonder that often happens. I saw that last week in the chat, Barney, where it was like something I said that was like, because I was holding the men accountable on the Wednesday show about being single and all that other shit. And then they had the audacity, one person tried to call me a simp. I'm like, what in the fucking world? So is it almost like if you say anything aligning with the women, does that make you a simp?
Yes.
It seems that way these days. It's not true.
Barney. Everybody named Barney all of a sudden.
Okay. I'm gonna say something. It sounds kind of simpish.
Look at Mr. Bray. He's an asshole.
Are you ready?
Go ahead.
And usually it's Love who complains about it. I think Love, she gets her panties in, and she's not here tonight. She gets her panties in a knot over the comments, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's still like internet culture, and people are saying things, but there is like some incel simp energy coming out of the comments. It's like an incel energy, and a lot of times the men come up here, they're mad because they get rejected and they don't know how to handle it, so they feel like they can get their get back. They come up on here and call these women old and call them fat and tell them they're never going to find love and give up because you're never going to find it. And somehow it just like, it's like, oh, I didn't get to really say it to the girl who turned me down or the girl who broke my heart, but I can tell these, I can't, women, let's say that. And that's the kind of energy.
There you go, something again.
I got in trouble for saying the B word once. It was, let's not even go there. But anyways, was that a question? What was I talking about exactly? Simp energy, incel energy coming out of the comments.
Camp was asking, like, yeah.
Why do they call me simp?
Are you a simp? Yeah.
And if I'm going to compliment a woman, I'm going to compliment a woman. I don't care. You call me a simp. No, but I am a good sport. I like I guess I like the attention. Maybe that's something wrong with me, but maybe that's why they call me a simp. But since
I only simp for one woman, and that's my wife, and that's only part-time.
yeah, well,
Fair
I'm not
enough.
married, so I got to spread my simping around. But I got to fight the tendency. You know how it is. Just
Shout
fight
out
my
to
inner demonic
Hank the
simp.
Basement. Welcome to the chat. Hello, how you doing this evening? You're muted, baby.
Are
You
you
there?
good tonight, ma'am? Are you
What's
good
up,
tonight?
Hank?
I'm very well.
Yeah,
I'm very
good.
well. Thank you for asking. But so the question was on the floor a second ago. So are they taking their pain out on the women? By they, the incels, the butthurt people in the chat that Barney was just talking about. What do you think?
I mean, I don't think no incels are taking their pain out on women. They're just expressing themselves how they feel. I mean, is that considered them taking their pain out on them?
Well,
I don't think so.
I would say yes.
Yeah, it's kind of the definition of the incel,
Hey,
right?
so
Like,
but
because
Barney,
you're-
you one of them dudes they talking about then. So is that what you're doing?
They're just projecting onto me. I mean, I have simpish
No.
tendencies. I
Are
fight
you
them
doing
daily.
that? Are you taking your pain out on women? Because you're part of it, buddy.
No, I don't come up here and be nasty to these women. I mean, I tell them how I feel, but I'm not nasty to them. I mean, have I been? No. Ladies,
But
no.
you're part of this.
Well,
You're
you
part of the
slipped
people
up
they're
once,
talking about,
but
though.
you
You're
made
part
up
of the ones
for it.
they're talking about, though.
Yeah, he apologized.
What'd you say, Hank?
I said you're part of the ones they're talking about. Look, I remember I was up here before, and you talked about. I guess you was kind of mad because when I was explaining to these ladies about one pot, it kind of hurt your feelings because you seen they was into it and they was all for it, and you didn't believe me.
I was jealous that they were giving you attention. I was jealous.
understand.
Of that.
I
I'm
don't
not
blame
gonna
you.
lie.
You should be jealous.
But when I was talking to you, I remember respectfully, your plan to me, it just sounded crazy. You're going to ship some woman out and marry her like on the spot or something.
I don't ship no women anywhere.
Sir, whatever you want to, whatever word you choose to use is fine, right? But
You ship packages. I don't ship individuals. That's not good.
okay, look, you don't have to correct every single word I use. Just just cut through it and use the context clues there. You know what I'm trying to say. But to me, it sounds, and to me, maybe it's just like if I was in that position, it would be scary to uproot a woman, tell her to quit her job, bring all your money, sell all your homes, and you're 100% in with me. Just the thought of that just sounds overwhelming. And
That's the
furthermore,
only way to do it.
Furthermore, it's like you really couldn't find someone closer. It's like maybe and respectfully, it's like maybe there's something wrong with you if you got to get a woman halfway across the country.
Look, Barnes, hold on, Barnes. He got who he wanted. He got
Don't do that.
He got her.
Don't do
Don,
that.
hold on. Let them.
I wish him the
yeah.
best of luck.
Look here, man.
Maybe
But
what I'm
again,
saying is my own
Barnes, let me
insecurity.
help you out. How about you come to the base, man? You can learn something from me because it's obvious you need some teaching, and I don't mind educating you. I don't discriminate. Whether you're black, white, a woman, or male,
I
doesn't
will
matter.
come to your channel. I appreciate that.
You
upfront,
come
but
over
I don't think
and you get these lessons on how to operate as a man like myself. So I not only got her here or shipped her as you accused me doing.
it's not an
She's
accusation, right? You took it the wrong way.
She's
I don't know
here.
what the problem is.
I flew her out as we like to say.
Okay,
She's not only that, she's submissive. She does what she needs to do for me.
that's wonderful.
She doesn't live with me. She has an apartment. I don't believe in shacking up until I get married. So when I get married, we go jump up together. We about one pot. She bought into that.
That's fine.
And it looks like I got my friend
Good luck
Tay
to you.
has come to the dark side. Welcome, Tay.
Hey,
Hey, I rock with you on that too, man. That one pot, that's the only way to go, dude.
Right on. That's what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
it really did change my mind. That perspective, hearing it from the way that you were speaking about it, it really did. It
Makes
changed.
things a lot simpler.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does. And I was kind of disappointed at Dana.
You always
Yeah,
disappointed with me. Tell me
I
why.
know
Tell
why.
me why you disappointed this week.
Hey, I'm gonna do you a favor. I'm gonna go.
Why are you disappointed this week?
If you're open to go to a meeting, I will be there for you. I will be there. Your
Meeting for
moral
what?
support
For what?
for AA.
Drinking.
I will be there for you. I will support you morally and from the distance. I'll say, go, Dana, go.
What
Hey,
about
I don't know how you be surprised with her.
you just okay? So do you have an actual point that you want to make, or you just wanted to have the spotlight for a second?
No, we're gonna talk about this one part. I'm gonna try to help you out because I don't think he was here that day, right? I don't think he was here.
Hold on. Can I clarify that, Hank? Can I clarify? Did you just tell Dana you would meet her outside of?
That's not what I said. No, that's
okay,
not what I
I'm
said.
clarifying. I'm sorry.
I said morally support. That's what I said.
I thought you were trying to set up a meeting as a coach.
Stop it! Don't do that. Stop it, man. You being
It's
sloppy.
a serious
brother.
question. I'm not being stupid. I really am.
You are being sloppy.
I am stupid because I really thought that's what you were
You
saying.
are being
like, hey,
sloppy,
come
brother.
meet
Don't
me.
do
I'll
that.
teach you how to improve your life.
Nobody else heard that but you. You're being sloppy.
I got to get the wax out of my ears.
Well, then ask the people. Did they hear me?
This guy is not white, by the way. He is not white. He is not white.
I don't care what color. He's being sloppy, and that's not cool. But Dana, let me help you out, sister.
Help me, brother.
Right on. The one pot thing, what you was talking about, that's not one pot. That's still you being selfish. Talk about my money and his money. No, there's no my money, his money. It's our money. We're coming together.
No, Hank.
No.
That's no. I don't think you heard the whole thing. That's not. I didn't start with yours or mine. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Ma'am, you did say his money and my money, and we're gonna get that middle. We're gonna split it up. You didn't say that like that.
No,
okay,
no,
maybe
no,
I misunderstood.
no, Hank.
Maybe
That's
I
not what I
misunderstood.
said.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me explain again. So what I was saying is that there is no your money or my money. It's all of it is our money. That's the point that I was making. So what I was saying is I have a check, you have a check, and those checks get deposited into the same pot. And from that pot, we pay our common bill, our household bills. We pay all of our bills, okay? Not even common, because my bill is your bill. We pay all of our bills, all of our expenses, our savings, our investments all come from this pot. And then whatever's left over, we're allowed to split 50-50 evenly. And that's our allowance for the sake of the conversation. Whatever's left, you can do with that money whatever you want. So for me, I can go get my nails done. I can get my hair done. You can get your haircuts, yada, 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 whatever it is. But that's the untouchable money because we've already taken care of our responsibilities, and our house is taken care of. If we have children, those are taken care of. Our future is taken, like the responsible shit is done. You know what I mean? But then whatever your play money is yours. You get to have your own play money.
There is no play money. It's yours. It's our play money. There's nothing yours about it.
What's different from what you're saying?
But let me tell you, because when somebody says something about getting something or paying a bill, you said he can't tell me what to do. That's my money.
No.
You said it's my play money or something. You said somebody said something about doing something.
I made the comment. I made the comment that if I said she can only have maybe $1,000 a week, if I try to limit it, she wouldn't take the limitation on that. And that's going to be, I couldn't throw her money. That was nothing you're talking about.
I know the only caveat I threw in on the pot situation was like me and my wife, anything over like $500.
Right.
I will even sit down and I'll discuss it with her. You know what I'm saying? We'll have a conversation. Even if in the end she says no and I still want to get it, I'll still get it and let her know. I'll talk to her about it. Like, look, I'm about ready to spend this much money.
Right.
You know? But the same still with her, she can't even get into the bank account without asking me.
Black and white, Hank. It's not that black and white, and it doesn't like there's an agreement, but that doesn't mean that there's not room for conversation. I think that you just came up here.
There's always room for conversation, but it is a black and white. It is a black. There's no
for you and your house. For you and your house.
That's what I'm saying. Dana,
does that apply to everybody though?
Dana, okay, man.
I'm asking. Does that apply to everybody?
No, maybe it don't, but that's them as an individual, and good luck with that situation. But again, the reason we're doing this because we come together, we have more together than apart. Because we're going to invest.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna let you talk.
Yeah, because you keep cutting me off. I'm respecting you and letting you speak. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate that. So with that situation, there is no my money, my allowance. No, there's not. We don't. No, it's our money. Everything's going to be in our pot together. She has access to it just like I have access to it. Now, if there's anything she needs to get personal, we have credit cards. She has a credit card with my name on it and her name on it. I have a credit card with my name and her name. I will know every purchase she makes if I want to do the investigation. If I want to look at a statement online, I can do that. Just like she have every access to anything I got. There's no secrets. We don't have doors. We don't have passwords. You have access to everything. There's nothing R. You don't have privacy. If I say, baby, let me look at your phone. Here you go. Not just
I rock with you.
I think that
it's all about us together. There's no barriers. We're not putting up no walls.
I think
me
the
and the
only
wife, we
problem,
actually have the same password for everything, so we can have access to anything at any time.
I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. Let me be clear on that, okay? What I am saying is, because the question was asked, and so I just said, in a perfect world, this is how I see it going. Does that mean that there's not room for flexibility or for things to be run differently? No, like it can be designed differently for our particular relationship and our particular household. But that's just that's what makes the most sense to me. But I'm not. That's not a. You know what I mean?
You want to do a hybrid. You want to do a hybrid of the one pot.
Hey, this is just what I think makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense for my husband, then we'll talk about it and we'll do what makes sense for us. But at the end of the day, everybody is not going to do the same thing as it comes to finances. Like, we all know that finances it is the number one reason why people break up, right? So we'll do what makes sense for us, and that's it. And it doesn't have to be whatever Hink subscribes. Maybe it is, maybe it's not, but we'll do whatever the fuck works for us.
So, but you know why most of the time they break up? Because there's some hidden agenda in there. The reasons, there's secrecy.
That's an assumption. That's your opinion. That's not factually based.
I
Can I ask you guys a question when you finish?
I want to ask that if I could, because I think what I understand Hink, and I think I also understand Dana. But also earlier when John posed a question, I think what's being misinterpreted is there's a binary perspective where the men are saying, oh, well, we need complete and utter just hard lines, which I think that's kind of weak, because if you're leading correctly, you're going to set the foundation on how things are going to go in your household with the interpretation and her understanding that there's going to be room for movement. There's going to be changes. There's going to be fluctuation. There is no such thing as definitive. It don't work that way. That's just not life.
True. Hold on, Charles. Because I understand what you're saying, but the point that you're missing is, and when you begin to understand women more on a higher level, you have to draw a hard line. You have to draw a hard line with women, because Nina said it earlier. And I was trying to get to this point, and Nina kind of dressed it up for us. Women like to change their hair, like to change their eyes, they like to change everything because they want to be diverse, and they look in the way they carry themselves. It doesn't just apply to their look. They take that same application and apply to their life, just like every facet of their life. And so that's why you need hard lines, because if you go with a general line, this is how we're going to move, they'll move it every single time.
Well, but I understand that, and I agree. I think the way I'm interpreting it is that if I'm doing my job correctly, that woman is aware of my boundaries and where they lie. Like, I don't need to convey. And they would if you come off soft, they would test your boundaries every single time. I disagree. I think that it's a woman's nature, and I disagree. I think it's a woman's nature to always test. But I also think that if you're doing your job correctly, she's going to know where that test stops, because you communicate it and you're showcasing on top of your words matching your actions. What I hear a lot of men do.
The only time women test is when they know they're screwing up. So they're testing you to see if you're screwing up just as much as they are.
So there's going to be a challenge here, and it may, and guess where it may be? It may be the financial challenge, where she goes out, and we already had a conversation where Dana goes out and decides, well, I'm going to get this person anyway. I don't care what he say. I want it. I work hard. I put in 40 hours. I did a little overtime. I get what I want. I got an event coming up this weekend that I want to look nice for. So I'm going to get that purse. Even though it's $600, I'm still get that purse. You know what I said, baby?
The reason why
it's not necessary. So we don't need to get it. You got a lot of beautiful purses in the closet. Why don't you pick out one of those to match up with your outfit? No, but I want, and then I say, we both agree. And guess what she's going to do? She's going to go to the mall and go on and get that purse. Well, I'd rather ask for forgiveness than apologize. You know what I'm saying? So that's what she's gonna do, and she's gonna touch you. So what would you do? Would you say, "Well, baby, go on and keep it"? Hell no, I'm saying, "Let me have that purse, and I'm gonna take it back." I'll say, "Baby, no, we're gonna take it back because you don't need this purse. Let's go shopping in your closet."
So true. Listen to what Nina said. Listen to what Nina said earlier, because it was so revealing to the conversation. I mean, it's not talking to her, but just so revealing to the conversation. The hair, the makeup, the eyes, they look different from day to day. That's what they want. They want their men to resemble that. That's why they want Tupac, and then they want Carlton, Cabani.
Yeah, they want Hood Jason. They want hood adjacent.
Yeah, so so it's like if you give them an inch, they want to take that inch plus a mile to go with it. So like you can't go back and forth with it. You can't be flexible.
And it might just be a one-time thing she
Talking
do.
about it's like we're children. That shit is wild. That shit is wild to me.
Well,
You're
ma'am,
talking about us like we're
but
children
Dana,
or we're pets. That's not
ladies,
you, Hank. That's to John.
but some ladies act like that.
No, that's
I'm not saying
y'all
I'm
are
not saying none of you ladies up
out
here.
of control right now.
I-
Y'all are
hold on,
out of
hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm not saying some of you ladies are like that on ground. But you know, you have people in your family that you see them. Damn, why are you having a hissy fit over a purse? It's just a purse, and where they just really have a temper tantrum over a damn purse.
But why isn't the
Dig into
sentiment
it.
to make more money so that she can get the purse as
There
opposed to
you go.
scaling back? Like, why isn't the
Again,
effort?
There you go. There you go.
I don't understand. Why tell her
This is why,
no?
because as soon as I go out and start making more money, we're
Why
gonna bitch
tell
because I'm
her
spending more time
no
at home.
instead of, hey, next week or in 2 weeks, we're going to get you that bag that you want? What's wrong with men working harder and women working harder to achieve what they want instead of scaling back? Like, I'm
So
not,
what?
and then y'all want to be leaders.
$600 on a purse.
What if
Ever.
what if
Y'all
Tay
want to
already
be
has?
leaders. Y'all talk
What if
about
Tay?
being leaders and being smarter and all of this other stuff, but when it comes to
So
financial
let
stability, y'all
Tell me
want to
how a
be
purse is
equal.
an
I don't
investment.
understand what y'all talking about.
Financial ability, financial literacy says don't invest in a $600 purse that you don't need.
Tell me how that's an investment that is
afford
going to benefit the family.
But why not try to afford
It's not
it?
about affordability.
I don't have no
Tay got 20 purses. Why does she need 21?
Yeah,
I don't
think
know,
that's
because she can afford it. Maybe she works for
I don't
it.
know.
I don't
You
know.
don't get it
Like,
just
I don't
'cause it's good for you.
understand this
And
stuff.
that makes a lot of
Let me
sense.
go on mute.
Hey, stay broke, man. God damn.
I think Ratchet, again, going back to what I was saying, and this is all hypothetical, in most cases. If you're doing it correctly, you're communicating correctly, those things, purses, shoes, whatever, vacations, that stuff should be allotted. Like, I don't understand a relationship where you obviously understand I'm the man, I'm running this. This is my relationship. This is how we're going to do this. And we agree, like Dana said, we agree. The agreements are violated, then we have a conversation. We gonna figure out why the hell you're not listening to what we agreed upon. Like, I don't need to rule you like you're mindless. You understand what we're doing. You're an adult. Follow the system. Follow the plan. So the hell, that part I don't get. I don't get that.
I think
I know you don't, and I understand why you don't get it. And Dana made the point of you talking like your kids. I'm like, no, it's okay. Let's leave into that for a second. Let's talk like we're talking like your kids, or we can talk like we're in a relationship. It's the same thing the government does to citizens. They create laws that you have to follow because they understand that if we don't have these laws in place, you'll push them in as far as you could. So we have to have a law. We have to have a law that is hard. There's a hard line that yes, no, you can or you cannot do this. And that's all we talking about in relationship. You just now working it down to relationship.
Yeah, true. You definitely want to be careful. Let me read these real quick.
I still can't get past the $600 purse. You guys are crazy.
Black America with the $2 super
It's
chat.
not even that much, honestly.
Yeah, it's pretty
For a
cheap.
purse.
True is nice to women. True is too nice to women. Have no boundaries. And then Mike Brown with the $2 super says, Hank, do you believe in prenups? True. One question I wanted to ask.
No. Hold on. Can we answer the?
Yeah, Barney. I'm a professional podcaster, Barney. I got you. I'm definitely gonna have Hank answer that question.
Okay, Daddy. Sorry.
I'm trying to use that white privilege on you, Hamp. You better shut him up. Shut him down.
Right, but he live in Baltimore. He don't know nothing about white privilege. He one of 10 white people in Baltimore. So
respect anywhere. Can't get none on Baltimore. Can't get none on YouTube. Damn simp.
Damn, what the hell did I ask? True. So you saying it felt like to me, True, when I heard it, that you were saying like you're leaving some things to her interpretation based on understanding the ground rules that you, because it seemed like things are a little bit not fluid, but left for her to discern.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that there's no scenario that I think, and we're all adults here, that when you're living in real time, every month runs the same, every week once runs the same. No, I think that the woman that I end up with is going to understand the parameters, and we're going to be working towards the same common goal. If she has an adverse thought where she's like, I want to do outside of what we already talked about, then we talk about it. I don't need to be like, you know the rules. No, it's like, okay, what do you got in mind? And then if it doesn't align with what I plan or what we plan, then no, we're not doing that right now. Or let me think about it. I don't understand. I'm not a dictator. That's not my job. My job is to be working to move my relationship.
What's the longest relationship you've been in?
5 years.
Well,
and I
hold on. So true. You don't think you should be a dictator?
I don't think I should be a dictator. A benevolent one, if you want to use the word.
Yeah.
There's a definitive, but I think the way I'm hearing it is, again, from the binary perspective, men are saying, what's the limit? What's the line? If I say no, that's no questions asked. I'm like, what women are you dating? Like, who you with? That's a created space that she responds that way.
That reveals to your experience, which kind of leads into John's question. So, like, for instance, in my house, true, nobody eats pork. Whether I'm there or not, whether they're on a trip or not, doesn't matter. Like, how do you feel about something like that?
That's totally fine. That's your household. That's the precedence you set. That's your family to lead.
But it's a hard line. Like, so in your scenario, like, what if my wife was like, man, I really want to chop cheese. I don't even know what a chopped cheese is.
I mean, I know.
Heard of it. Sounds yummy. Seen it on TV.
So it just has like, you can make them.
She could express what she may want, but I'm always going to remind her, what did we agree upon? What did I state? What did I put in motion? Like, women always tend to tell you what they desire. You can be in an apartment, they're like, I want a mansion. Okay, that's great. Like, that doesn't mean it's going to change.
Yeah.
So I guess to me, it's like, it sounds like the men are offended by the fact that she's even questioning what is set in motion.
It's definitely irritating. If they ask questions they know the answer to. Hold on. True. John's question, I just because it gives more context. What was your longest relationship?
5 years.
Pretty significant. And you ain't want to marry her?
I would have. There was a demise. She was a little immature. What did I do? Shame on you. Shame on you.
That's the same question.
Yeah, no, she just, background is very important. She could not go further. Her immaturity just wasn't developing. And at that point, I had to make a hard decision. So, it is what it is.
So you saying she was a 3-year-old female?
A woman and child. That's what it sounds like. Are you okay with that, Dana?
What happened? I'm lost.
Say it again, Hank. You cut out when you said it.
He sounds like he's calling that woman a child. Said she was immature.
Well, she was.
I don't believe his answer. I think he's holding back.
Address that man, Hank. Don't address me. Talk to that man.
Yeah, nah.
I'm just asking you, man.
She was
offended when somebody said something about being like a child.
No, somebody didn't say it. I said it. I'm the one who said it. But talk to him. I'm not in this. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. You're gonna rest in your femininity. I like that. Thank you.
I can't do nothing but. I'm a woman. I'm feminine. It is what it is.
I got you, man.
Daddy, you cool with me.
She all right.
You a hater,
What, my wife never asked to buy a $600 purse. We're getting divorced.
Shout out to Mike Brown with the $2 super chat. Hank, do you believe in a prenup? What's that?
Nah, I don't have a problem with prenups. I don't do prenups. Me and my future wife ain't gonna get no prenup.
Prenups are useless anyhow.
You pretty much setting up for failure. You already got one foot out the door, and I don't play that. If that's the case, we only get married if you want a prenup. So no, I'm setting up for success, not for failure.
Hank, I got a question. I'm not trying to be sarcastic or anything.
Yes, she is.
No, I'm not. Shut up, Ham. No, I'm not. Do you all, coming into your marriage, if you all are to get married, do you all have assets to protect that would require a prenup? Because I feel like a lot of us throw that word around and don't have shit worth protecting.
Well, if you want to know if I got money, yes, I got 3 houses. So I got the current one I'm residing in. I got 2 rental properties. So those are properties that I could put on the prenup. I have an inheritance that I already inherited from my grandmother. I mean, my great grandmother. So
now I'm confused. I thought you said you don't believe in the prenup because that's like the start of the demise or something like that. Is that what you said?
He's saying he's naming this. He has things that would go.
You asked me like if I had money or anything.
I'm sorry. I'm confused. I thought you said I would put that on.
Divorce only includes.
That's why we need to be at that meeting. That's why we need to be at that meeting. I'm gonna be.
I am not drunk, sweetheart. You'll know if I'm drunk. Believe it.
I know
Divorce,
that's right.
It only includes marital property. So anything he obtained before her actually doesn't count.
true.
It depends on how.
Actually, that's not true. If
not
they
true.
pay for a mortgage on the house while he's married, it becomes marital property.
Yeah, no. He said he owns them before, so he owns.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
It becomes hers.
Actually,
The only thing that doesn't become marital property is anything that's like your personal stuff, like your clothes.
Now, what I would have to do, I would have to do a quick deed poll and to put her on the deeds of these houses that I have. Now, so one of those houses is inherited, so she would have access to an inheritance. But everything else she probably could if I put a quick deed on it.
So just to talk about this for a second. Okay, so for guys who are, just in general, guys who are getting married, you should actually have a trust, a family trust that's already been established. That way, that asset would be protected. Now, the things you accumulated in a marriage outside that trust is a whole different conversation.
Yeah. But
what if you didn't have shit when you came into the marriage and everything you built together?
Okay, so I was gonna say that. That's what I was gonna speak to because that's kind of like what my wife and I did. We both got together broke.
My wife too. We didn't have shit.
We got together broke, and everything we did, we actually did it together. So therefore, if we do separate, if something else happens, we do separate. I don't mind her taking half and I take half because we actually do it together.
Well, I mind. I'm gonna take a chainsaw to everything and cut everything in half.
Don't do that. It have no value.
But it also.
I'm petty though, man. I'm petty.
That's why I think the best chances for a relationship to work is when you get together young when you both have nothing.
I agree. Well, see, me and my wife were young. We weren't young. We were both in our 30s when we got together, but both of us had just, like, I was 3 years out of a failed relationship, and she was like a year or two out of one. And we were both at that, like, I guess for lack of better words, that red pill stage where we were both just doing what we were doing, and it just kind of happened. When I met her, I was straight up honest with her. I told her, look, if you're trying to be serious with someone, I'm not the one. I'm just out trying to have fun and have a good time. That's it. And then I ended up marrying her 2 years later.
I want to ask
I was 21 and she was 9. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, y'all was young. Y'all did it the way that maybe it should be done. But now, I mean, it's just, John, you being an outlier today's age. So what are the remedies now? Yeah. You know what I mean? So Barney, you single again?
Is someone asking about me or what's going on?
I'm asking. Are you single again?
I don't date men.
No, you quit lying. Quit lying.
That's crazy. That was nuts.
That didn't sound paused. I'm asking for the sake of the show, dickhead.
You got a thing for dudes with tits. Quit lying, dude.
I don't want to talk too personal, right? Just what's the question?
No, are you motherfucker? Are you single?
How you ask about personal, but you gonna ask me if I got a prenup? You want me to ask about the prenup question? You don't think that was personal, brother?
Well, you don't have to answer it.
Barney, are you single? Barney, are you single?
Depends.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Barney, are you in a relationship, or does anybody think they're in a relationship with you?
Who's busting you down, Barney?
Ask the question, Dan. What's the question?
Barney, who's busting you down?
Barney is trying to get caught up.
Yo, man, he's pussyfooting, man. Fuck that.
Barney, are you in a relationship?
What? It doesn't matter. Who cares?
That's a yes.
Christ, man.
All right.
That's a
Let's be transparent.
No,
we love
I ain't trying
transparency
to
on the
claim
show,
her.
Barney.
What's that got to do with anything?
He's tipping.
This is a show about relationships, dipshit.
Stop.
It
Don't bail him out by bombarding him with commentary. He don't want to answer. Nobody fucking talk to him. True table. Matter of fact, put Barney in the goddamn.
Hey,
Put me in the
DJ,
back.
Put him in the bathroom.
Didn't he say on CT stream one time when both of us were on
Ignore
there, you see that?
Snowman. Ignore him. Act like he's not even over there in the corner.
I mean, don't say that. Jesus.
Who's over there? Not over there in the corner.
Exactly. True.
Yes, sir.
They said kick them off. True. Are you single?
I am.
See how easy that was, Barney?
But what's the next question? What's the follow-up?
What would you like, similar to what Nina said, what would you like to say to the ladies?
To me?
Out here who's fucking dating niggas like me.
Why you acting slow, man?
Let me talk.
No,
Barney. He's slow. He ain't acting.
They acting. They dating cats like Barney who don't want to say if they single or whatever the case is. What do you want to see from them? Like, how can they appeal better? Like, what traits do you want to see, and what do you have to offer?
Is this for me or for True?
I'm not talking to you, Invisible. True table.
Yes, sir.
I got a good
Why
answer.
does Casper keep talking, man?
It would be nice to see some just pleasant demeanor, above anything. I don't understand where all this combative energy comes from, and why some women seem so angry.
Tell them what you want, True. Don't tell them what the issues are. Tell them what you want.
I want to see more feminine nature, women being fit, and women actually respecting men. All men, actually, not just a certain class of men, but all men.
Okay, if they present that to you, what do they get in return?
I think they'll get better outcomes. Honestly,
what do they get? What would True Table give them if they presented all that to them?
The time of day, energy, respect.
Time of day. Good God.
Damn, I give them more than what you give them.
Yeah, I mean, it's come on, man. Life is already hard enough. Nobody's.
I'm at least going to give them a couple babies and a roof over their head.
No, I'm not promising.
Is that a marriageable woman to you if she presents all those things that you asked for?
Yeah, definitely.
So is that what she would get potentially?
Yeah, she can get that potentially, but she
True,
definitely.
What the fuck are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid of anything.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure.
I feel like you smart, but I feel like you got some reservations. Do you have a decent amount of bad experience with these hoes?
No, but I
think
see
he's
it,
a lawyer.
I see it for what it is. It's
put him in the corner with the cracker.
I see it for what it is. I refuse to end up in a relationship where she's with me, but then she's like thinking about some other dude that she'd rather.
Ratchet just dropped
we're
a bomb.
not doing that.
But do you think, are you too risk adverse?
That's possible. But I don't think there's really a risk. I mean, I'm not really losing anything. I just feel like women now, well, generally speaking, I don't think they want to earn anything. So that sometimes poses a challenge. I don't know how dudes date these women, but a lot of them share with me that guys they have less standards. I have standards. So
True.
Yes, ma'am.
But did you hear what you said? You said, I want a woman who is nice, who is respectful of men, all men, who is fit. Like, you have a whole list with bullet points. And when Hamp asked you what you're offering in return, you said the time of day. I'm going to entertain your ass. That's it. That's all you have to offer. Like, you got a whole bulleted list, and all you have to offer in return is your consideration.
He ain't even kid you, Dana.
Maybe, Dana.
You hear
Dana, maybe we should ask him. Women this way.
He only gave 4 examples, though. That's all he gave was 4.
I'm talking to him. Hey, relax. You're going to get your opportunity, sweetheart. But I'm talking to True.
Think about how hard he had to say to come up with them 4 examples.
I'm talking to True about what True said. True, is that what you said? Yes or no? I'm not making this shit up.
That's what I said. But yeah, it does.
What do you mean? Because you don't mean that.
Don't let her back you
I'm being facetious, but it does start there. It definitely starts there.
What do you have to offer?
I think I'm a great man. I think any woman that catches me is gonna be blessed. Honestly.
What makes you a great man?
Really going out and then you'll find out.
Give us those bullet points, not the time of day, my G. Come on, like what are you saying?
Not scarred, not carrying baggage, pretty successful, come from a great family, spiritually sound, never been arrested, don't drink, don't smoke, great credit. I mean, world travel.
Bullshit on the credit and arrested.
What happened?
Talk your shit, dog. Talk your shit.
Yeah, so I think that anybody that
ain't ready to buy in. You ready to take that 5'8" now?
I can contend.
Oh my God.
Are you a lawyer? Hey, True, are you a lawyer?
I am not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, you ready to buy into that 5'8" now?
Huh? Oh.
Is Dana ready to buy into that 5'8" now?
No.
I don't have a problem with 5'8" men.
No, she wouldn't. No, she wouldn't.
I have a theory that small men have big dicks, so I'm okay with it.
They're that fetishization, see? I'm telling you, that's fetishization. Exactly what I was talking about.
I mean, is that all you looking for?
Just because you
God
know
damn.
what you're doing, so.
God damn.
Man, you can't win. Jay Rillo with the
That's how
$2.
people end up pregnant with Pookie's baby.
Jay Rillo with the $2.
I ain't never been pregnant in my life, honey.
Is the super chat invisible? You think? I'm gonna read it.
You want me to do it?
No, you and
Okay,
Snowman. Just hush. Jay Rillo with the $2. A woman would say the exact same thing, but she'd agree. No. All right, let's try this fucking Barnabas guy one more time.
No,
Barnabas.
don't talk to him. He's gay.
Well, maybe.
God damn.
But let me say goodnight to you guys. I appreciate you having me up, Ham.
No doubt, bro.
Good
Appreciate
night,
you, man. Be
Thanks,
safe,
True.
bro.
Take it easy, True.
Thanks for joining us. Have a good
Do the
night.
right thing,
Be
man.
decisive. Be decisive.
Yeah, get out of California.
Yeah, keep doing the thing in California. Keep letting these hoes, quit letting these hoes keep you down.
No, appreciate it. All right.
All right, Barney, we're gonna give you one more goddamn chance before we get out of here.
Thank you. Let's do it.
Are you single?
Yeah.
Okay, golly, man. What the?
Do I not get the question?
We got there. We finally got an
questions?
answer. We finally got an answer. That's all we wanted.
What are those things that you want to see from women these days?
I think what I would really like, and maybe it's easier said than done, but it doesn't seem like it should be that hard, but just be thin. Stop getting tattoos, or at least cover them. Learn how to walk in heels and don't complain about your feet hurting. And don't go around being nice to everyone and submissive. No. And if you don't like me, then just be a bitch or pretend like I don't exist. I don't want to think there's a chance. You know, just I like it when they're a bitch to me.
Well, then they would be here with the brick.
Did you just say your ideal man is someone who doesn't dress up like a woman and who smokes crack?
We can't hear you because we can't see you. We got rules on women's POV.
So yeah, I mean,
Shit like that.
There's no way you could be a submissive type woman. There's no damn
Not
way.
to you. Not to you, baby. Not to you.
And if this is my last chance to talk tonight, I would love to just say something.
No, she would be submissive. She would be.
I wouldn't give her the chance though. She don't deserve to be blessing my last name.
Sweetheart, I wouldn't give you the chance. I wouldn't give you the chance. Let's be clear on that.
It sounds like you guys are flirting, honestly. So what's
Go
going
ahead,
on
Barney.
here?
Go ahead, Barney.
Dana,
I bet you if I was single, as much as she hates white guys, she'd give me a chance, though.
I think Snowman's interested, Dana.
I don't hate anybody. But go ahead, Barney.
Yeah, would you like that other white meat?
I've already answered that question. I guess you weren't listening earlier before you came
No, I
in
wasn't.
here.
Not to you.
Obviously.
Go
Go ahead, Barney.
What kind of scotch you drinking, Dana?
This is bourbon. This is Woodford Reserve.
Yeah, about time you drink something right.
Ooh, that's nice.
Baby, I drink. I'm not doing this with you. Go ahead, Barney.
Okay, so
I'm in a head, Ham. I'm in a head.
That's where you want to be. You're so obsessed with me. It's kind of embarrassing at this point. Go ahead, Barney.
Your girlfriend, your wife at this point. You really want a piece of Dana. I mean,
I'm good.
It's clear to see.
Don't try to deflect, dog. Stay focused on the question.
Go ahead, Barney.
Are you guys done flirting?
Yeah, they're done.
You're stealing my thunder. I had something smart I wanted to say, I think. Okay, here we go. Rise of single women. Right? All I got to say is you don't want to settle. Don't listen to these incels, man. Because if you settle, if you're not attracted, you're not going to get perfect, but you got to get something really good. You got to have that feeling. Because if you just settle for something, you're going to be 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road just hating life, hating your boyfriend, and wishing you could go back 5 years ago and just go for it. It's better to be alone than with someone that's like annoying the crap out of you every day. So don't give up. Don't listen to the incels and go for it.
You stupid.
Barney, did you hear what Ham asked you? Those are your final thoughts. Did you hear what the question was?
No.
I heard the question, but I called because I like the title. I like the title of the show.
She is not the only one drunk tonight.
Ooh,
Come on.
He wants the spotlight so bad. Go ahead. That's not what he asked you though, baby. Ham, ask him the question again.
He doesn't know how to comprehend anything, man.
If a woman presents the thing that you asked for, walking in heels and all that other shit you said, what would you give her? What do you have to offer?
I'll give her the best 3 months of her life. Then we'll get into a big fight and I'll never see her again.
Are you the problem in your relationships, Barney?
I'm 47 and single. I can't blame everyone else, right? I got to take responsibility. Probably.
Do you like being single at this age?
No, I hate it.
Yeah. I think
if you want, I can give you a picture of what you're going to look like in another 30 years.
Please don't. I'm already depressed enough, but thank you for the offer.
I think a lot of people feel like that, man. All my friends like kind of getting married, and then I got a couple single friends. They always like, yo, man, y'all boring now. I said, no, you don't have nothing to show for with all that money you got. You know what I mean? Like he take a trip after trip after trip talking about we boring. I'm like, you don't have no kids, bro. You missing out on so much shit.
Yeah, man, that stuff with the kids thing, man, that brings so much added joy to your life when you actually have a real family unit.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have kids, so I guess
thank God for that.
Feel bad or whatever. I didn't want kids, so I achieved that goal. But
we don't need any more Barneys out there, man. One of you is enough for the world.
I don't want to hang out with people with kids, anyways. I don't shame people for having
kids. Don't want you hanging out with them.
We don't want you around kids either.
Yeah, we don't hang out with you.
We're not
a single one of us up there are inviting you to the barbecue party.
Yeah, but they're killing you, buddy. You might want to tap out. Hit that red X.
We're not trying to raise simps.
You call me a simp too, Mr. Baptist? Come on. I'm not simping up here. I thought I had one more important point to make.
Yeah, you need to the base. You need some man lessons, though. You a lost cause down there. But
sir, I'm about ready to go in on you, so just be careful. I got a full thing, but you don't take it well. I can take it, but you can't, Mr. Hank.
I'm sure you can.
I can go in on you, Hank.
Put them side by side, Hank.
Put them side by side. Let's go. How many times you been married? Hank, how many times you been married, Hank? Hank, how many times you been married?
One time.
How many? How many?
I said once.
Oh, I thought you were married more. Okay,
I'm sorry to disappoint you, buddy.
Okay, listen. Let me give you some advice. You're overbearing. You're overwhelming. I just thought what it must be like to date you, and it's just like intolerable because you're just like, it's my way or I wring your fucking neck. You can't have a purse, but you have fucking child's toys behind your back, which cost thousands of dollars. They cost more than purses. You're just overbearing. You have no leeway, and hopefully, and honestly, and I hope you believe me when I say this. I hope that you and this woman like really are perfect for each other. Really, honestly, I really mean that. But to me, I couldn't imagine being your girlfriend. You know, it's just like no way. No way. You're going to be lifting up my skirt, looking through my phone, getting mad at me for spending my own money. Dude, you're like, no.
It wouldn't be your money. It'd be our money.
You would budget our money, right. and you'd be like, I need $500 to buy a baseball card. But I can't buy a $500 purse. No way. You're too much.
Now it's $500 purse.
Whatever it is, man. Whatever that is behind you looks expensive. I don't even know what it is.
That's Freddy Cougar.
And nobody on here wants them purses. So.
I knew that was Freddy Krueger behind your head. By the way, that's a dope ass.
I mean, it looks like he has brat styles, but I wasn't going to say that. But you know, whatever, it's fine. They look like brat styles. He's got
brat styles is wild.
Yeah, don't they look like brat styles?
That's hilarious.
Those are those pop figurines behind you, right?
Respectfully, I don't want your lessons, but I'm sure they're good for some people. You can continue to call me a simp. I do respect you, and I do wish you the
never
best.
called you a simp. I never called you a simp, buddy.
Oh, the other guy did. You're right. I'm sorry. Mr. Baptist.
We all look the same.
Don't even do that. You don't even look like him at all, and you know it.
You ever say that I look like this clown and we ain't gonna be friends at all ever again?
You and me are cousins. Shut up.
You can just shut your dirty ass mouth.
Hey, look, let me help you out, man. It's all right, buddy. I'm gonna get you right, man, because you need a lot of help, and it's obvious.
Okay. Did you hear him? He said he's gonna get you white.
You did say that.
I didn't say white. Maybe it's my Negro dialect. Y'all don't understand. I said right. R-I-G-H-T. So I'm gonna get you all the way right. So
fix me, Daddy. Let's get it.
I don't like what you said right there, but okay.
Too bad. I said it.
Yeah, I know. I understand, but that's okay.
Fix me, Daddy.
I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to judge you, but I'm gonna deal with you.
I told you he was gay.
Yeah, you did. Now I'm glad. I appreciate the heads up. So you sound like you need a lot of help, man, because you talking about 3 months. You're gonna talk about the best 3 months of your life. I mean, my man, you ain't looking for nothing serious anyway. You just looking for. Why don't you just buy you a blow up doll? Because that's all you need. Huh? I mean, won't you?
I'm waiting for the AI robots. Hopefully, before I die, they'll perfect it.
Maybe get you something. Or you just keep wearing that lotion out. One of the two.
Get you a masturbation sleeve, Barn.
I'm a dry rub. That's fine, but thanks.
Oh, okay, you Mr. Miyagi style. I got you. But you do sound like you need a woman in your life to control you and handle you. So I think if you and Dana could get together, I think it'd be a perfect match. She seems like the controlling type woman. She could control a man like you because you look to be led. You okay with that type shit? So I think that'd be a great.
You up there flirting with her? You the one that wants her. I don't want to.
I'm not flirting with her. If you calling me being nice to her and halfway decent to her flirting, I guess I'm doing that.
I could definitely see Barnabas in a gimp suit and Dana walking him on a leash.
That's not how I roll.
I don't want that.
With a gag
That's
ball
not how
in
it
his
works.
mouth. With his gag ball in his mouth.
No, I'm not submissive. Nope, no thanks. Not happening.
I find that hard to believe.
What are you talking about? You just submitted to Hink within 30 seconds, dude, calling him daddy and shit.
It's just to throw him off. It's just to throw him off.
But it didn't work, brother.
Yeah, but I don't want him calling me daddy. That's a difference.
He might want you to.
He gonna call you daddy for real.
I am the dom in the bed always and forever. And
he's gonna be mad when he finds out
the way it works.
Barney, stop it, man. Yeah, she'll walk you. She'll dog walk you.
I'm not into that. I mean, I would tell you if I was. So I'm just not.
Probably one of them spike type leashes.
I don't like that stuff.
I'll
take Dana to Petco and size her up with a nice pink collar, and then get like a matching leash. And on the front of it, well,
are you trying to die?
Is that what y'all would do?
I don't think you can say that. I know you have good intentions, but don't say that.
Hey man, y'all crazy. So let me get these last couple super chats. Joe Penningar with the $5 super chat. Joe, what's popping? The same applies for men trying to get at women. We have to meet y'all's preferences to get y'all's time. The more boxes we check off, the better. Like America with the $2. Why do let this troll up here? Who's trolling?
He's talking about you, Hink.
Black America, Barney is not good content. Jesus Christ.
You know, Barney, you never say that about me.
I'll get banned. I just got banned. Okay, Hank, you win. On that note, I'm out. I'm sorry I'm destroying the show. Peace and love.
Listen, man.
And we forget.
Barney always welcome.
Hi, Barney.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Did everybody get their conversations out? We straight? Let's see. Yeah. All right. Good. I think this is a good panel. Big Al, I seen you came up, but I know you had to get back out of here. I know you bounced because I ain't have no room. Pause. But definitely want to get you back up there. We got to recap the aftermath of what happened last time you was up here.
Why do you have to pause on no room? On having no room? Why is it a pause?
You just got to rather be safe than sorry. That's all.
Y'all are wild.
Yo, man, I'm bringing that shit back, bro. Like, you remember back in the day, like you be like, yo, that shit is gay, right? Now you can't say that shit no more.
What are you talking about? I say it all the time.
What? But just in general. But it is no shade to gay or people LGBTQ, but ballet is gay, bro.
Very gay.
Wait, you mean you're not gonna talk about?
Huh?
You're not gonna talk about what you can't say. You got to hit the button. You got a whole button.
Oh no, I'm saying not me, just people in general. Like,
oh,
you just can't
society.
say nothing.
Okay.
like you know what I mean? Like some shit was
Stop
gay.
disrespecting the chat like that, dude.
What did chat say?
You know, some off the wall comment.
Who? I missed it, John. What are you saying?
I'm not even gonna repeat it.
Hey, what are you saying?
I was saying ballet is not gay. No. No, I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, from a masculine standpoint, I guess you know up there in leotards and stuff. But I mean,
I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm about to start watching football.
They got on tight pants too. What you mean? We watch it for
Well,
that.
no, the Carolina Panthers got a transgender cheerleader now, so I'm about done with the Panthers.
Really?
They got the same tight ass pants and fat ass.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm getting tired of, John. Is them trying to. I'm tired of this never-ending push to push, these men pretending to be women on men, because that's what they're doing. They're trying to push them on men, on straight men, and it's just disgusting. It's nasty.
They're telling y'all men. They trying to tell men what y'all should and should not like, and I'm not going for it. Wipe off that crap.
Right.
Yeah, they try to normalize it.
Well, dude, on TikTok every single day, there's like probably 20 or 30 live streams, and the topic is trans women are women. No, they're not. They're men dressed like women.
Your algorithm fucked up.
That's a fucked up for a reason. It's so I can, dude. I do live streams where I exploit those live streams, and then have discussions afterwards.
You do like reactions.
Mm-hmm.
Are you targeting those in particular?
I'm targeting those and other ones in particular. Look, I found like the 16th level of Dante's Hell on TikTok. My algorithm's really jacked. Everything ratchet that you can think of that they'd be talking about on a live stream on TikTok, I got everything.
Not me, man.
Let's put a pin in that. That's a different conversation for another.
It is. Just come and check my channel out sometime when you see me going live. Seriously, because these live streams they're crazy.
Absolutely will.
Hey, put the link in the back real quick, Snowman, and Nina can drop it.
Will do.
But yeah, we gotta get Nina right, man. Chicago is fucking up her mojo.
Maybe you're right. Terrible dating experiences here.
Yeah, you see that in those type of cities.
It's kind of hard to find Tupac and Carter Banks all in the same.
Too ghetto. It's just too ghetto.
Nina,
I love my city, but
I want to support you. But after the very first time that you got on here and you told us that story, I don't know if it's a city, sis. I don't know.
You know what? I think I'm too nice.
Jesus Christ.
I'm too nice. And I admit my toxic trait is I paint red flags green. I will own that. And then by the time
you don't know when somebody likes you. You don't know when
sometimes that is true, but honestly, I think sometimes like I'm bad. Like I'll see somebody's potential, and that's the bad part. Like I need to stop dating for potential.
You see the good in people.
I see the good in people.
How tall are you, Nina?
I see the potential. 5'3".
I knew it.
So I will say this too.
Is your dad around?
Well, he lives in a different state. So I mean, yeah, but no.
Yeah, I think you probably want to introduce some of these men to your dad. At least filter them through him, and maybe he can help you.
Yeah, that's hard to do because he's so far away.
Hank, is your dad around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you want to try to trip me up so bad, don't you, Dana?
No, it's a legitimate question.
I got you, man. That's cool. Yeah, my dad's around. Well, he's alive. Is that what you want to know? I have a cordial relationship.
You did around the same way that you meant it.
But I'm not looking for a woman, and I wouldn't ask my dad about finding me a wife. I would ask my mother about finding me a wife.
I just asked if he was around.
I understand. That's okay.
I wouldn't ask my father or my mother about helping me find nothing.
That's okay, man. That's okay. That's okay.
Oh, wait, can I interject really quickly?
Yes,
Dina,
ma'am.
you know that last situation? I know you guys think like I was super gullible, but you guys forget one of the biggest reasons why I didn't sleep with him is because, well, for one, I told you that he was always in and out. And so like I thought we were friends. You guys said we were dating.
Nene,
In my
are you
mind,
about to recap this whole situation?
No,
'Cause
I
remember
swear,
it. I remember you sleeping in the same
Nah,
bed
but
as your
he
friend.
didn't. The boy didn't try nothing though. Remember?
Yeah.
No, I
what,
mean,
what are we talking about?
Oh, I
Nene?
remember that. I remember that story.
I never expected him to try anything because we were just friends at the time. But everyone's convinced that we were dating, so I'll just let it go.
Yeah, Nina, you just need
I just let it go.
you need a man that you can like be like, hey, what you think about X, Y, and Z? Generally speaking, to Hank's point, that's your daddy, you know, because men usually don't have pure intention. Like a motherfucker might say, oh yeah, he ain't shit because he wanted to draw. You know, that's why it's good. Like if you could tap your dad or somebody like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I definitely feel you.
Go to a union hall when they're having one of their barbecues and pick you up a man from there.
Tay,
I was just saying
Okay.
in terms of your point earlier, Hamp, about just vetting them, getting another man to vet the men that you're dating and you're involved with, so you can have a perspective.
Exactly.
Very important.
So him, him. Sorry, I hate when y'all throwing a pen together. I always mess up y'all names. Him. Question is, you said earlier that I'm, I guess, the anomaly, the word you use, I guess, describing my situation.
Yeah.
That no one is going to do what I'm doing right now. Don't you think that's the problem, though?
Yes, I think it's a problem. I think we have to recalibrate, but unfortunately, it's our children. So, like, my son is only 8 months, so hopefully, I can restructure him to where he tried to do what you did. You know what I'm saying? Because I think people are better off that way, and you have less dissension when you build it up together.
Yes.
You know. So
I found
that's
that
why.
out personally. Well, I found that out personally.
I think so. The reason why I asked that question is because I really feel like, and it call it answer today, call it antiquated if you want to, but I actually feel that when you date around, it spoils your view of relationships. Period.
Yeah.
So like I can honestly say that my son only dated 3 girls before he got married.
Well,
yeah.
Okay. So
And
what
my daughter's. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead, man. Finish your thought. I wasn't trying to interrupt.
And my daughter is 21, and she just had her first date 3 days ago. Well, I'm sorry, this past Saturday. And so even before she went on her first date, she had the idea of what a relationship is for, and why you are looking for a date, and what a date should lead to before you start dating on a bunch of guys. So you have to be very. I think the point I'm trying to make is you have to be very intentional. I don't think we're intentional anymore.
Yeah, you are, but also they were raised in that manner, you know. So what happened was the disconnect. My generation doesn't have fathers, right? Overwhelmingly, but my generation is doing better in fatherhood, right? So now we have an opportunity to, recalibrate our sons to not be whoremongers like we were. You know, that's how I feel about it. I feel like this middle package is a little bit lost. So now we just got to do better bringing up our sons. Snowman, you trying to say something? Then we're going to get out of here.
No, I was just going to say that I've always thought that it was kind of counterproductive to tell people, men and women both, to go out and build a life, to create something on their own, to have a house and a car and, all these things, all these assets and everything. And then once you've acquired everything that you're looking for in life, then go get married. I mean, because now you're at a point where it's kind of like a crossroads. Now you're both looking at each other and you're deciding whose stuff you're going to get rid of. That way you can combine your stuff together, and form a household. And I tried that before and it didn't work out real well. What ended up happening, and that was my other marriage. I got married to her. She ended up taking everything that I had on top of everything we created.
Yeah.
You know, this time around, like I said, me and my wife now, we had literally nothing. Everything we had fit in a room as big as one of my kids' bedroom. Everything we had together.
Yeah.
And 10 years later, and actually, we just celebrated our 10-year anniversary of being together this weekend.
Congrats.
And after 10 years, you know, we, like I said, we have a two acres, you know, farmhouse, you know, and 3 kids, and we have everything that we used to, sit and envy everyone else for having. You know what I'm saying? And it's all because we work together for it. And the thing is I think me and her have a whole lot more trust in each other too, because we build everything together. You know, it's not one person saying that they did this or one person did that. You know, it's something that we both know we couldn't have done unless we did it together.
Yeah, no, I think you're solid on that. I think dating experience is overrated. People think they got to get out here and fuck and do all this other shit just to see. Like, if you can't miss what you never had, right? Unless you start thinking selfishly about what you want. And that's the problem. People start getting selfish about what they wish they would have done. Listen, do it together. When I play, and this might not be a great analogy, but when I play football, I have 3 brothers, so they all play football also. So we play like flag and stuff. We grew up together. We've been playing football forever, right? So when my brothers are on the field, it is instinctual. It's innate. You know, if my brother's playing linebacker, my other brother's playing corner, that right side is locked the fuck down. And I know where the holes are going to be, you know, because the familiarity, we came up together, we understand it. So now we in unison, even though football has, 8 other players, playing flag and shit like that. So it really, really matters when you do it together and learn it together. The rapport is unmatched, and my brothers can play and make up for my mistakes.
And the thing is, you're right. Once you can't miss something that you never had. And the problem with this is we've actually had too much.
Mm-hmm.
And you cannot give people a lot of options. The more options you give people, the worse decision they always tend to make over a period of time. You tend to make better decisions with less options.
Yep.
I do agree. We do have an overabundance of a lot of things, specifically in America.
Yeah, and shiny options, John.
Yeah. You probably, honestly, within the first 3 to 4 people you dated, it's probably your spouse in the first 3 to 4. If you was actually trained to look for what was actually in a relationship.
Yeah, that's solid, because you ain't worrying about penis size. You just worrying about if they gonna like you or not. For a woman. Now you done fuck 10 niggas. Now all that shit matters so much more than maybe it should have in the offset.
When I'm saying you're right. When I said I'm not just saying it just to women, saying it to men too.
Yeah. No, I got you.
I think men, correct. Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify when I start talking like that, like for the women, like that type.
No. Yeah.
Nah, that shit is real. I was looking to buy a gun, right? Because now I'm down in Texas, so now it's DC and all that. Unless you dirty, it's hard to get a gun. So now Texas is a free for all, right? So there was same gun, but this one had the different attachments and stuff, right? But the other one was purple, like a light, like a purple, almost like the color of my logo, and that's my favorite color. So I'm so stupid. I'm like, well, this shit looks cooler, but I'm getting more bang for my buck, and they were the same price. But because it was so shiny, I'm like, I want to get the purple one. Which is stupid as hell, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it just because that's how people are, like just vain, as opposed.
But is it stupid? But is it stupid? I mean, think about this. If you got the purple one and you're at a place where you and your buddies got to put your guns down and you got the same style gun, yours being purple, you'll be able to tell it apart from everyone else's.
Yeah, that's true. But I think I was being more vain than practical, and I think we so vain now. The practicality goes out the window, which is why Nina want a nigga who can.
I don't think you can be vain
and read a book.
When it comes to guns, I don't think that there's vanity capable there, man. I really don't.
I just want balance. That's all I want, him. I just want balance.
I hear you.
Balance is subjective, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
You need something more concrete to live for a relationship other than just balance. You just can't say balance.
I mean, by saying that, I don't need perfection. That's all.
Yeah, no, we hear that. And you learn it. You being.
How old are you?
Parent.
How old are you, ma'am?
34.
34.
You ain't looking for balance. You're looking for perfection.
Yes.
I'm
You
not.
found balance already. You already found balance.
Shockingly, I'm not.
Nina, do not let these men tell you what you're looking for. You know what you're looking
You're
for.
so
Don't
right,
listen to them.
Dana. You're right.
Ignore them.
Thank you for reeling
okay,
me
so
in.
They love to tell us what we like, what we need, what we're looking for, what we want. You know what
Well,
you're
you
an
guys sure
intelligent
as hell
person.
won't tell us.
I'm sorry. I thought I was still talking.
Dane.
I'm
Okay, but I told you to
sorry. I
stop.
thought I was still talking. I'm sorry. I thought I was
told you
still
to stop,
talking.
though, Dane. I told you to stop, though.
I'm not gonna stop.
So,
Nina, you are an intelligent woman who is capable of applying logic, and you are capable of discernment. Do not let nobody tell you what you want, what you like, what you need. You know already what you want, like, and need.
okay, so Dane.
Very
So Dane,
true.
if she said, so Dane,
Thank
if
you,
she
Dana.
said
That
she's
is
looking for,
true.
if she's looking for balance, you don't think she already saw balance already?
Man, I won't
Say it
even get
again,
into
John.
that. I don't think we have enough time to go any further.
Say it again, John.
So I'll just.
So you think in 34 years, you don't think she saw balance already?
You guys don't have time for that.
Why don't you ask her? No,
backstory.
maybe she has seen balance, but maybe it wasn't balanced in the right situation.
Last guy that I dated where it was balance for me is checking all my boxes without being like perfect. There was just no chemistry. Like we were great friends, but there was literally no chemistry. And so I couldn't see myself marrying him. Honestly. I don't want to marry
Marriage is
somebody
not
that I'm
about
not in
chemistry.
love with.
Marriage is not. Marriage can't be. You gotta be okay. What does chemistry mean?
I mean, don't you want to marry somebody that you're in love with though? Like I wasn't in love
What
with
is chemistry? What is chemistry? And don't tell me about the set. Don't tell me about the chemistry set.
No, I don't want you guys to like think I'm being funny, but I want to marry somebody that like gives me butterflies sometimes. Like I didn't get that from him. Like we were just great friends. Like we got each other. But I knew somebody was gonna laugh. I wasn't in love
That's
with them.
legit. Don't let them. Don't
No,
let
it's not.
him
So
invalidate.
no. I'm not invalidating. I'm actually.
Hold
on.
John, I wasn't
What about
talking
them?
to you.
What about them days when she's not getting them butterflies? Then what? I mean, are you still be attracted?
That's fine. I mean, like I said, I understand that relationships aren't perfect. Like some days you're not gonna like the person that you're with. That's life, you know? But I just never got that from him. It literally felt like we were two friends forcing something more. It just didn't feel like we were supposed to be more than friends. He wanted to marry me.
Okay, so there you go, right there. Hold on.
You should be friends.
Okay,
you should be friends with the person you're dating. That's a beautiful
right,
thing.
but so basically what I mean is there was no romantic connection there.
Okay. So in other words, his Johnson wasn't big enough for you, and he just
actually,
didn't.
Actually, you guys might not believe me.
I don't give a fuck.
You might not believe me. We actually.
Man, you want somebody to show you respect, but you're not showing that same respect.
I didn't ask for no respect. I didn't ask for no respect. I still don't
You
give a
want
fuck.
somebody to be quiet while you're talking? That's respect, right?
I still don't give a fuck, Hank. That's not what you said.
Reserved and kick in. I see. Okay.
I'm gonna go back on mute.
Go ahead, Nina. Go ahead, Nina.
Okay, so you guys actually might not believe me. He was actually a really nice Christian man, and we were actually waiting, honestly. And he came to visit me.
That's the man. Go ahead.
So he actually came to see me several times. He lives in a different country. He lives in Canada. And he would come see me. We would have a great time. It just felt like there was just no romantic connection. And I knew that if I would have married him, I knew that we would have had a good life. Like he had a nice family. But I can't marry somebody that I'm not in love with. I just couldn't do it.
Let her cook. Cause this gumbo gonna be real good.
We about to get out of here, so make it real good quick.
The way you talked about this guy, the only thing you're saying is you didn't have butterflies. And do you know after
I know that
2
does
years
sound bad. I get it.
after 2 years of marriage, I'm gonna say after 1 year of marriage, the butterflies are completely gone. The things you're looking for in a marriage to make a marriage last is everything you just said.
Maybe you're right. I don't know. I just feel like I wouldn't be true to
Maybe I'm
myself.
maybe I'm right. Maybe
Okay,
everything you're looking for, it was in this guy. Only reason why you turned out because you didn't have a feeling that made
there
your
was.
stomach
Can
nervous.
you really? Can you really marry someone that you're not? You don't have a romantic connection with, though. Honestly.
I met my wife in 3 months. 3 months we was already 6 months we was already engaged. 9 months we was already married.
Okay, so
Because
is it just? Is it just?
it wasn't about a feeling. It was about the duties and the honor responsibilities. The feelings there was some feelings there, but it was not the feeling was not what I was looking for. Those
Okay, so
feelings go away.
am I tripping, y'all? Like for wanting a romantic connection with someone
Yes,
that
you
I'm
are.
with?
No,
Yes, yes.
no,
Well,
And,
Okay.
and
no.
Nina, the bad thing about it, the only one who's rooting for you is another woman who's single and miserable. That's the
You
only one that's on
single?
your
Shut
team.
up! You single
That's the
too?
only one on your team.
I'm
So you
single
might
too.
Are
want to
you
be
married?
careful where
Are
you
you
get your
married?
advice from. You might
Are
want to
you
be
married?
careful where you get your advice from, Nina.
well,
Are
let's see
That's
what
all.
you
Tay said.
married?
What did
Are
Tay
you
say?
married?
I was just saying I'm single, but I'm not miserable. But I was, yeah. I mean, she feel how she feel, but I do believe that a chemistry, like you should have a connection with that person, but it also makes sense to make sure that they have a vision. The man has a vision for you in his life, kind of like John the Baptist was saying. I agree with that, but I mean, what do you do when y'all not connected?
And I also want to add this. I actually asked him why. So, are you in love with me? Because I know I didn't feel it. So I asked him, I'm like, so are you in love with me? He was like, well, I feel like it can get there. He said, I'm like, well, why do you want to marry somebody that you're not in love with? He was like, well, you check all my boxes.
You don't marry for
I thought
love.
that was weird.
That's,
You
I
that's
don't
would
what I
never
marry
was gonna
for
marry.
say, Nina. Nina, that's what I was gonna say. It sounds like you weren't in love with him, and that is important.
No, I
So
and
let
you
me.
wasn't.
don't marry
I
you
loved
don't
him
marry for
very
It's not
love.
the
much,
only thing
but
that matters, but it is important.
Well, Nina, consider this. Hold on, let me get Joel real quick. Joel with the $5. I don't know about all that. It seems like you aren't even on a woman's radar if you don't have a house, the car, and you're perfectly together. He's referencing when we were saying get together early and build it together. Joel's saying they don't even look at you if you don't have it. But Joel,
not
that's because you.
true.
Well, what Joel's getting started later. So if we do what John did and get started when we were younger, we know we don't got shit.
Hamp, even getting started later, that's not true. I'm telling you, you can be broke and still go out and build something with somebody as an older man.
What happened? It also depends on where you are. So if you're in a city like a DC or Atlanta, right, and your competition has everything, it might be hard to achieve. To Joel's, because that's probably his experience, in the city, which makes sense based on just living in one of those type of cities. Nina, consider this: the divorce rate for arranged marriages is like 5%. Because what happens is they align with everything that you mentioned in terms of good family, understanding, a program, upbringing. What's the 5-year plan? The families make sense together, right? And so they put the two people together based on all those outside factors, and then love happens in the midst of them already being married. But that's something you never want to have a foundational piece because love is too fleeting. So that man had so many awesome foundational pieces, but we passed it up because we didn't get butterflies. That's the same thing with the purple gun. It's vain, but the other gun had way more attachments and was more practical. But because the purple gun was pretty, I'm like, well, I'm gonna get that one instead. But it didn't make a lot of sense,
Yeah, I actually hear you though, because I mean, just being transparent, and I know I look foolish, I'll own that. But butterflies have been very misleading though, because I've had chemistry with wrong guys that were not good candidates. So no, I
Yeah.
would definitely
Sometimes them
own that.
butterflies are your gut warning you.
Jesus Christ.
And you don't
And that's what
look,
that's
I'm only
you don't
only
look foolish.
human, guys. I'm only
But
human.
you're all over the place though.
But Nina,
but
you
you're not
don't look
you okay. Hold on. You're saying you're only human, but the problem with your statement is that you are making a statement as if that excuses your past decision making. And I'm not trying to attack you, but it's just trying to point out the consistency that
I'm not making any.
you
I'm
can't
not making any
no
excuses.
if you pass on that guy because you didn't get the butterflies, you if he had everything, if everything else lined up, but he just didn't make you feel a certain way, there was no reason for you not to marry that guy, unless he
Well,
was
what?
abusive. Did he beat you? Was he abusive?
No. What I'm saying is, I mean, when you say that there was no butterflies, it seems kind of shallow. But it wasn't even just that I didn't get butterflies. It felt like we were just friends. Like there was no romantic connection at all.
I have a question.
And it felt like it was
How old
being
were you?
forced.
How old were you? How old were you?
I was in my mid-20s. I think we started dating in 2015. I was 25. We dated
How old
off
was
and
he?
on for about 3 years. He was a couple years older because when I was 25,
Okay.
he was in his early 30s.
Next question. Next question. Next question. At that time, and I don't want to get too personal, so we just get too personal. You have to answer it. How many guys have you dated? If you don't want to answer that question, you don't have to. But I know it's kind of personal.
Hmm You said how many guys have I dated?
It's seriously at that time.
Since
At that time.
2014?
At that time.
I
At
only
that time.
date
At
one
that
person.
time.
I only date one person at a time. I was only
No.
dating
At
him.
that time. At that time you met him. How many guys have you dated before him?
3.
Okay. Well, like I said, in the first 3 to 4 people that you meet, you date, it's normally the best person, your best option to get married.
They were terrible
And you,
options.
Well, this guy's the fourth guy, so he would be
based on
included.
the fourth guy that you dated, you said everything was right except for what? The butterflies.
I prefer for you to use the term there was no romantic connection because butterflies just sounds like it's just so childish. We
I
just
only
felt
used
like
your words.
friends.
Ma'am, I used your words.
Well, one question, Nina,
Okay.
did you have sex before you met him?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, what is your identifier for romantic connection? Because if he wasn't trying to have sex because of his belief system, did you in your head you're like, oh well, because he doesn't want to do what I've done previously, there's no connection there?
No, good question. I'm glad you asked. No, actually, I really love that about him because you don't meet a lot of guys that
Well,
actually.
kind of, right? Like it's cute when people say it, but when the bullets start flying and you start getting moist and you don't got no remedy, what happens then?
Well, actually, what helped us was that we were long distance. That's actually the only long distance relationship that I've ever been in as an adult. I was in a long distance relationship in high school, but that didn't count. Like that was play. But that was a long distance relationship that I was in as an adult, and it was great. I trusted him. We video chatted every day, several times a day. Either, I was at work or at school, or he was at work or at school. So we didn't really have time to see anyone else. I really liked the fact that he wanted to wait. I thought that was very attractive because I knew that he was actually interested in getting to know me. But the fact that we were long distance, it made it easy because we weren't around each other all the time, if that makes sense.
In
So
terms
like
of
as far as like,
Can I ask you this?
sexual urges, we were
Yeah.
so far away, it didn't
No, I
really
got you.
matter.
How long did you date this guy?
On
3
and
years.
off for 3 years.
You wasted this young man's time.
No, actually I didn't. We would
You did.
no,
You knew.
because I
Let me explain why I'm saying that. You knew you didn't want him because he didn't give you the butterflies or didn't give you the team.
no. So that's not true. I'll let him read the super chat.
All right, True Impact with the $10. Y'all men are blind.
Do your best. I'm trying.
Blind been around. She's 34. Men have been with her and around her. I'm definitely not a 304. That's fake.
She a hoe like a soul.
That's cap.
Wow. I'm not going to go so far to disrespect a young lady like
This
that.
is a woman. This is a woman talking.
Okay.
She's saying
I got
that. But all of it has to matter though. She's dissecting what Nina's saying, just like we are, except for she's from a woman's perspective. She's saying something ain't right.
That doesn't bother me because she doesn't know me, so she's just somebody on the internet. But anywho, as
What
far
is
as
she
this
saying,
guy,
man?
I actually was very vocal with him. That's actually the reason why I didn't marry him. I didn't waste his time. The reason why we were on and off is because I was concerned about the fact that we didn't have a romantic connection. So we would kind of just like stop talking, and then we would always find our way back to each other. But I thought that I would be doing him a disservice marrying somebody that I wasn't in love with. It wasn't me trying to be shallow. I don't have all the answers, nor do I pretend to. To me, in my mind, I just.
But why didn't you entertain them that long then?
Hold on. How old are your parents?
They're in their 60s. Why?
Are they still married?
Heck no. They've been divorced
How long
ever
were they?
since I was a small child.
Okay.
Let me ask you this: why did you entertain him that long, knowing you didn't have these feelings for him like this?
So Hank, I don't want you to think that I wasn't vocal with him. I was vocal with him and told him, like, you know, I don't feel that romantic connection. And he said, well, I feel like we could get there. So, I mean, time was going by and I just never felt those feelings for him.
But you continue to drag it on and off for 3 years, though, man. That's a long time.
We both were trying to see if those feelings would develop, and he wanted to marry me even though he wasn't in love with me. He said that it could get there. You check all my boxes. And
But
for
Nina,
me,
you
that
knew
just
it wasn't there for him. You knew after that first year it wasn't there for you. So when y'all broke up that time, it should have been the last time. It should have never went back. You knew you didn't have the feeling for him. It sounds like you really took advantage of a man who was in love with you. You just want to keep holding on until you find something better or different. That's what it sounds like.
Hank, you missed two things that I repeated more than once. I said that he also told me that he wasn't in love with me either, but he thought that those feelings could grow.
Men don't need love to commit to you. Okay, long as you
respect him, that's all he said.
You check the boxes that he needed for a wife. He understands that as long as you check the boxes, he understands that the commitment and the love will grow into that. What you need, though, is the commitment made first to the duty and the honor and the respect of marriage. Love grows out of that. You cannot grow a marriage out of what y'all call love. You grow a marriage out of commitment and duty, and love grows out of that.
John, but you have to understand she's also responding to what Hank asked her. And he said, why are you stringing this man along? Like, why are you dragging this out for 3 years? And she's saying, I did not drag it out. I was honest with him. I told him how I felt, and this is what he said.
Being honest with him was saying, I can't do this, break up, and be done with it, and move on.
He could have done that.
Right? You keep going back and forth with him, knowing you don't feel this for him.
We were both trying to see if those feelings could get there. You're making it seem as if there was no communication or this wasn't discussed.
I didn't say there was no communication.
Don't try.
Nina, this is the podcast. You always gonna be blamed because you're the woman. Okay, they always gonna put.
It feels that way. I don't really know. In this situation,
Dane, hold on. In this situation, she actually is to blame because she had a guy that wanted to get married, who actually admitted to her that yes, we may not feel this thing called love right now, but he wanted to commit to her for a lifetime. So in this situation, she is the one to blame. In this situation.
Well, you know, I was only in my 20s then, and like I said, I don't know everything. I'm still trying to navigate life like everybody else. At the time, it just didn't make sense to marry somebody that I didn't have romantic feelings for. Other than that, I don't really know what else I can
21.
say.
21. If you're older than 18, if you're 18 and older, you are an adult.
I'm not saying I was an adult. I'm just saying I'm navigating life like everybody else. It just didn't make sense to marry somebody that I wasn't in love with. Yeah. I know that doesn't make sense to you guys, but
it makes sense. I'm just saying this. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying not logical. And you can't continue to move this way. You can't just keep looking for love.
I'm not looking for
If someone
love, actually. I'm
Then why
hoping
would
So
that
what I'm
it
saying, so
comes organically.
man to marry him, man? You
I'm
was just
sorry,
sitting
say
there
that
saying
again.
you didn't love this man, but you're not looking for love. So why didn't you marry this man? Now it sounds even
Okay.
worse, man. Jesus Christ.
Okay. I'm not looking for love. I'm hoping that it finds me organically. I have a
Oh my
life.
goodness.
My life
gracious.
doesn't revolve around looking for a man. So I'm not looking. I'm hoping that it finds me organically. Like,
I
I
know
don't really.
everybody ready to go to sleep now, so we're gonna stop talking.
Can I ask a question really quickly?
Let me just read this super chat.
Go ahead.
Will with the $5. You guys have to stop acting so self-righteous. Every guy has entertained a woman that he didn't take seriously. Go ahead, ask your question.
Why do you guys act like love is not a factor? Like that shit doesn't matter. Like, okay, I understand that there
You heard her
are.
last answer, Dana? Did you just hear her last answer?
Please let me finish the question completely and then answer.
Okay,
Please.
I got you. You want that respect. I hope we get that in return. I got you.
Men and women think differently. I'm sorry, Dana. Go on. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying men and women think differently. I don't know any woman personally that would ever. I don't know any woman personally that would want to marry somebody that they don't have romantic feelings for. Like I said, men look at things differently. So
No, they
I don't
don't.
know.
No, they don't. Men look at. No, they don't need it, and don't let these niggas tell you otherwise. They don't want to marry somebody they're not in love with. They don't want to
Dana, are
marry.
you a man?
Snowman, are you talking?
Yeah, are you a man?
Nina, I'm talking to you. People,
No, don't screw over the question. Are you a man?
people do not want to marry. Let me finish my question. I mean, my statement, please. And
No,
then
she's not a man. Go ahead. Go ahead,
No,
finish.
I'm not a man. People do not want to marry people that they're not in love with, and it's illogical to think that people do that just off the strength. Because what happens after the shit where like, you guys talking about after the honeymoon phase or whatever, but what happens when shit goes awry? You want to apply logic to every fucking thing. What happens when things are illogical? When things go bad, when things are not the way that going according to plan.
That's why. No, you're.
So what sustains you?
Love isn't. Love
Go ahead.
isn't.
Keep interrupting.
Yeah, I had to because it's redundant. Love is not something that's going to keep you together. The marriages that are dissolving at 54% is because they got married for love, right? They don't understand.
It's not a real statistic
What, the 54% marriages
that they're dissolving because they were in love.
Yeah, because what's the overarching reason why they're getting married, divorced? Irreconcilable differences, right? So what the fuck does that mean in plain English?
Nothing.
People fell out of love. That's what happened, because love is the most important thing to people. But if it gets rocky and you have logic and purpose as your foundation, you can get through it. When love is your foundation, it's an emotion, right? So it goes up and down and the whole 9 yards. That's why people are falling apart, because love is too important to people now.
I hear you, and I respectfully think that that's just your opinion and that's not factually based.
Well,
can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I'm pretty sure, like, you and your wife, you had feelings for her, like you guys had romantic chemistry before you proposed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I can't see you proposing to somebody that you didn't have a romantic connection with.
Well, it would be unfair for me to say you're wrong because I only have my basis, right?
Yeah.
We had everything else, like even my belief system. That was probably the main thing because it has a lot of structure to it. So if she didn't buy into that, no matter how much sexual chemistry we had, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or how much love we had, it didn't matter. I wouldn't have married her if she didn't buy into my belief system.
Yeah, I was just trying to see something because respectfully, Pink, I see you on one. You're on edge. You hate me right now because you're misunderstanding me. But All I can say is,
No, I understand
it
you. You
just
say you
didn't.
don't. You're not looking for love, so I understand that. I don't see
I'm
what
just
the problem
saying.
is with marrying this guy. You're not looking for love. He make you feel them butterflies, so that's what you said. It was the
Come
word
on,
you
man.
said.
She already clarified
Let's
that
get
shit.
last.
Oh my God.
Dane,
Okay.
I'm talking to Nina, not you.
I feel.
And I'm
Can I
talking to
talk to Nina?
you. Yeah, you
Oh,
can.
I'm
I
not
can talk
talking
to
to you,
you.
ma'am.
She already well, I'm talking to you.
So
She already
Nina,
clarified.
I'm going based on the last statement you just said and share it with us, and that's what I'm based on. So now I think the truth is really starting to
Yeah.
come out. You're not really looking for love. You was looking for a good
No,
time.
no.
Tay wanted to say something
Completely
when I cut
wrong.
off. Tay wanted to say something earlier.
Okay, wait. That's completely wrong.
Tay?
First off, I'm not looking for a good time. And if you must know, any relationship that I've ever been in, I've always dated for marriage. And this is not a flex, but any guy that has ever dated me has always, every single guy has proposed to me. And I didn't marry them because that guy I wasn't in love with. The other guy that proposed to me, and I'm not trying to be mean, there was some issues going on with him mentally that I couldn't help him. I couldn't save him. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah.
They just weren't they weren't guys that I could see myself marrying. I'm not
Well,
desperate.
Let me
I'm
just
not.
also clarify your last point too, Nina, real quick. Yeah, I got to use this for the next topic, Al, for sure. I think Hank heard what she said is she's not out here actively searching. She hopes that the man of her dream falls into her lap, but love is still important to her.
Yeah, it's important to me, but I'm not looking. I'm not desperate. Like I said, I have a. Huh?
No, I think Tay was trying to ask a question or something.
Oh, Tay, I'm sorry. Go on.
No, you're good. It was just in terms of him walking away, but I'm done with that conversation.
I'm tired.
Okay.
I need to.
Respectfully,
all right.
yeah.
So what, Dana? What is the topic that we pull out of this? Why get married?
Yeah. What? Yeah. Exactly that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Exactly
And Dana,
that.
I don't think you're wrong. I think there may be some. I think there's actually a lot. Like people want to feel butterflies. I think on both sides. I wonder if that's how it should be.
But not only in that, like there's a lot of sustainability in love. Like when you y'all are cute with your marriages, but you're my age. When you talk to people who are older and been married for like 40, 30 years or whatever, it's not the logical structure and all of the shit that you're talking about that sustain their marriages, because they go through real shit. People go through real shit when they're married, and what keeps you what makes you want to still deal with this motherfucker I hate in that moment is not the plan, is that you still fucking love them, and that you can't act like that doesn't matter and that doesn't count, have any weight. John, I respect you so much, but I respect my parents of 45 years way more than I do you and your marriage. I know you got married young, but I'm not going to listen to you because you're younger.
Okay, so even if you don't listen to me, and I'm not asking you to listen because I'm not as important to you as your parents are to you. I don't even know your parents. You know your parents way better than I do. But I can promise you, 45 years, your mom and dad didn't always love each other.
Oh, I know that.
Okay. So there are times when you don't love each other that you met some of the most rockiest times in your life. And so it's at those times that you may want to separate from your spouse. But what keeps you together is nothing to do with love. For those who truly understand marriage, it's the commitment that you make.
Yeah.
So it's not about love, it's just commitment and duty and honor. It's the commitment and duty that you agree to.
I hear what you're saying.
I can promise you in 45 years.
Oh, we gotta go.
Yeah,
I don't disagree. That's layered. It's multifaceted, but I'm not going to get into it right now. But you're right.
Well, we can revisit it next week for sure. True Impact with the $10. Dana, can you write this down? Why are men fooled still by a damsel in distress acting woman?
I'm not. I'm not a damsel in distress. In true impact, you just seem really obsessed with me tonight. You seem like a fan. You don't know me. You're somebody on the internet. You're a stranger. I hope you have a blessed night. Maybe you should drink a cold glass of water. I don't know. Maybe you need a massage, but you gotta chill. You gotta relax. You don't know anything about me, ma'am. And put a picture there so we can see your face. Stop hiding behind the keyboard. Thanks.
Yes,
Be
Nina.
blessed.
Yes, Nina.
Anyone else?
No, that's it.
You are a nice person, nice female. As a older person, I would say to you, you know, don't get locked into this feeling stuff when it comes to marriage and relationships. When it comes to love, don't get locked into this thing called love. You actually look for duty, honor, and the person that's actually willing to commit to you. Love grows out of that.
I'll take that. I will take that and I'll receive that. I don't know it all and I don't pretend to. I'm still trying to navigate life like everybody else. I will receive that. Thank you for the advice, John.
Yeah, Nina, you solid, man, and you stay in good frame. I think there's a lot to be said to that. I think a lot of people that come on the panels can learn from that, men and women. You know, because people get out of frame quite often, especially on these YouTube streets, because the threat of anything happening really is minuscule. So people kind of act how they want to act. But it does give you a clear lens into a lot of people, just in general, from the chat to people on the panels, talking points. Oftentimes people ain't even listening. They just want to say what they want to say.
Yeah.
You know,
Facts.
I noticed
They're
that
looking
there's
for clout.
What? I wasn't listening.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's just like they got a
think some
talking
people
point.
want
So I've been destroying this dude every time I go on another panel. So what happens at this panel is when black people are the subject, they tear black people asses up, right? If another racial demographic is the subject, that racial demographic will stick up for the racial demographic being attacked, and then black people don't have nothing to say. And then there's some subjects where race is not even the topic, but somehow they bring it in to diminish black people during the topic when that's not even a part of it. So there's one guy in particular, every time he gets on, I get on. His name, he don't show his face and all that. His name is Black Rick. Every time he gets on, I get on to put him in his place. That's my duty until I get tired of doing it. Like, you know what I mean? He always in it. So
where's this other panel at you be moonlighting at?
Huh?
Where's this other panel at that you be moonlighting at?
Chaotic Truth Live, man. Shout out to C. But I noticed that. Like, motherfuckers just want to talk about what they want to talk about, and that's not even what we talking about, you know? But I think everybody stayed on par today, you know? I do not... Man, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. We had 10K subs. That's dope. We're gonna keep going, getting this shit popping, doing what we got to do, man. Look, Dre say, yeah, Dre, you already know. I think Dre, you know, Chicago, if I'm not mistaken. Listen, man, I appreciate y'all for rocking out. We've been here for damn near 5 hours. It's still 50 people just up, you know. I'm an hour behind. So shout out to Dana, John, Nina. No, you are behind too. Tay. Snow, I think, yeah, you East Coast time too, right?
Yep, it's almost 2:00 where I'm at.
Yeah, man. So me and Nina and I got a little bit more room. But yeah, man, I appreciate y'all. We're gonna keep rocking, man. Tomorrow's gonna be dope. We got, matter of fact, I think I got another slot. I think I got 2 more slots. Snowman and John, I might send y'all an email because the topic tomorrow is, are you good at marriage? So I got smoke for niggas for sure. Just cause I think people just generally be overrating themselves.
I agree.
from looks to how good we are to how good of parents we are, all that. You know, when my kids get up on Saturday, especially when I come home from DJing, I get home at 3, they get up at 6. You know who watch them for the first 2 hours? Baby Shark.
Yep.
Shit me, right? But that ain't good. You know what I'm saying? They talking about daddy. I'm just waking up and falling back asleep like I'm a baby. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we just gotta be honest, man. So, but yeah, man, I do not fuck with Jerry Springer, but I do like one of his constructs. Tay, final thought.
Black men, we Black women need you. We want you. I think collectively we need to do a better job at letting you know that, both through our actions and our feelings. And don't ignore the red flags across the board.
Word. Snowman?
Yo, you know what it is. Come back and see DJ Hamp at This Might Be Risky again with all these other crazy ass women he has up on this panel. Hey, and salute to you for hitting 10K, man. Shout out. That's all I got.
Word. Nina?
I would desire to have a Black king someday. He's out there somewhere. Your queen is waiting for you. I'm not looking. I'm waiting on you to find me. And nothing better than a Black king, baby.
Word. John?
Y'all have a blessed night.
Word. Dana?
Firstly, so many milestones for This Might Be Risky. Oh my gosh, we're at 10K. We just hit our 100th episode last week. So shout out to that. Making big moves. Thank you to all of the panelists, everybody who came up on the panel tonight. It was a good conversation. At the end of the day, just to piggyback off of what Tay said, I say this all the time. We need each other. Let's stop the gender wars. And men are not responsible for women being single. We are all responsible for our own actions and decisions. And just support and love one another and be good, be kind. That's it.
Word. Yeah, I think some generations are fucked. So if you got kids, especially sons, let's recalibrate them so they understand what it looks like to really be successful as a man. You know, but you know, huh?
I said, thank you for saying that.
Yeah, no, real shit. We grew up to where the more bodies you get, the more clout that you get. You know, but I think we probably need to recalibrate that a little bit because they haven't been doing much good for anybody. You know, there's a reason why more women have more children than men. Yes, there's poor decision making, but also men, what is our standard? And why shouldn't we be shaming men for having a bunch of baby mothers? That should be something we should be shamed for, but instead it doesn't matter.
Easy, buddy, easy.
You know, you know, just thinking through it, like, you know, that's some wild shit, you know, and I feel like we need to bring shaming back, you know, so.
Word.
Interesting, man. Interesting. I'm tired. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend, and we out.